your great, generous donations, but through business people as well, changing these lives. My name is Maurice Ashley, and I am honored to be sitting aside Grandmaster Ben Finegold. Ben, we have never, ever done commentary together. How is that even possible?
That's because we almost never do commentary on anything. So working together would be even. No, wait a minute. That's not true. Yeah, that's amazing. I've done commentary, and you've done commentary with probably 20 other um, co-commentators at least, and this is our first time working together. I'm sure it'll be a great working experience.
Absolutely. It should be a ton of fun. And this event itself is a ton of fun. It is hand and brain. We have the kids being the brain and the business people being the hand. And hand and brain is a ton of fun, Ben. It's always cool when two players are playing with each other and one says a piece and the other person has to guess what move they're thinking of, or maybe think, well, I got a better move than the one you're thinking of. I love playing hand and brain myself, but it can be rattling when somebody doesn't follow exactly what it is that you want them to do.
That's right. I've played a lot of hand and brain also, and I mean, you just have to get over it. Like, you can't expect when you say a piece that your partner is going to always make the move that you know that you want them to make. My most successful hand and brain actually was with Nigel Short. I think it was the only time I played hand and brain with somebody who was much higher rated than me, and we actually, I guess because we're both old, we sort of knew what the other one wanted to do. So the other thing was our opponents were 1,000 points lower than us. That also helped.
That helps. That definitely
but
helps.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get mad at each other, and there were no moves made. We were like, oh my god, why would you do that? But yeah, that happens a lot in hand and brain, where you're thinking one thing and the other person's thinking another. So that can be difficult at times.
Well, the games actually have begun, and I'll tell you about my worst hand and brain experience, which was with Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist. I played him on my stream, and we got down to really a time pressure situation, and he got so flustered that he screamed "Rook," but there was no rook on the board.
There's no rook.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about? There's no rook. So I'm sure that's not going to happen here. We see some games have in fact begun. So let me just pull up one of these games right away. And there's so many different teams, and we're going to try to keep track of all of them. But at the moment, we see, again, it is hand and brain. You see the players here. We'll try to keep track of the teams, Ben, because I don't see actual team names here. Although I see Morgan. I'm not really sure who this is, but we got to get that straight as we see an advanced French on the board at the moment.
Yeah, and it looks like it was a funny move order, and we got back to a regular position. And for those of you who just tuned in or don't know what's going on, not only is this a charity event, the time control is 5 minute with a 5-second increment. So that's going to be difficult for the players to play hand and brain and also have very little time on their clocks. So you gotta make sure you hear the piece right, and you don't make your partner too upset.
Yeah, that's probably the more critical point in this kind of competition. But so far, we're seeing this advanced French gambit, if you will. Well, it wasn't a gambit. If you had tried to take that pawn on d4, you would have lost your queen in the end to a tactic, which is why you see the move bishop d7 being played right now. And be curious to see what happens. Will white go for the sacrifice with the move castles? And no, bishop to c2 has been played, defending the pawn on d4 one more time. Not exactly the most ambitious way to play this line, but at least it keeps the pawn on the board for now.
Yeah, I can actually see the full names. This is Morgan Memphis, the team with black, and the team with white is chess to change 8.
Yeah,
so
that
we
I
don't know
see,
who
but
the players are, but we know who the teams are.
yeah, I'm not sure who number 8 is, and I'm gonna see if I can find that
It
out.
says Mr. Dodgy is white.
Oh, awesome. Okay, now we're seeing that, and I'll try to get the team name exactly who that is as we go down. We know we have some very intriguing players here, some interesting people like James Altucher, the major investor. He's playing in this. Uh, we also have some other players from literally from all around the world. Ben Johnson, who you and I know from our playing days, who
Mm-hmm.
is definitely a good player. He does a podcast now, and he's quite a bit of fun. The Perpetual Chess Podcast. I think his team is going to be quite strong. He's with Kennedy Shane from Zambia, who's an 1860. I've got them pegged as one of the teams that will certainly vie for the victory. Although this is supposed to be charity and fun, but you know when chess players get together, we're like, no. It could be charity as much as you like. I'm trying to win this thing. So I think that'll be a strong team. Another team I think is going to be strong is the team Chess in Slums. Tunde Onakoya, who
Mm-hmm.
does amazing work with his charity. He is talk about a charity, a wonderful charity that he does, and he holds the world record. At least he did for the longest marathon chess game. I think it got broken pretty quickly after that, which is a bit obnoxious. People just came in and said, "We're breaking the world record. You're there for like a week, and we're going to try to beat you within a week." But that was pretty tough. And he's playing with Zuri Tatina of Uganda. She's a 1672. So I think we're going to see those two teams. To me, are strong teams. We'll try to cover everybody as this goes along. But let's get into this game, which as it definitely was a sort of weird opening line, Ben. But it looks like it's fairly even. White still has some piece issues to develop with the knight from B1, but I would say pretty standard position, pretty normal position, I'll say.
That's right. White decided never to sacrifice the D4 pawn, playing a more cautious way. Now White's lined up their queen and bishop to hopefully later checkmate on H7. You gotta hope for something. And sometimes people say the wrong piece, and if Black's knight on C6 goes away, and Black accidentally says knight, then they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that would be a problem. And now the move knight B to D2. We talked about trying to develop this piece, but there is indeed the challenge. And now we see a question mark. And it's kind of interesting here. I'm not 100% sure why this is a blunder. I'm seeing knight takes D4, though. Could be a problem, and now I'm starting to see a bit of an issue. Yes, indeed. Knight takes D4. Now you talked about that
Mhm.
knight, by the way. It better
That's
not
right.
be
Move the right knight, not
the
knight
wrong knight,
F4.
because knight F4 looks quite appetizing as well, hitting the queen. But that, of course, hangs mate on H7. But actually, if you say knight here, knight takes on D4 would be a
Mhm.
real issue because the rook now hits the pawn. And instead, the move F5 was played, missing an opportunity there to take on D4. Now we see en passant, and
Mhm.
White has stabilized the position, really dodged the bullet in that moment here. White can at least play a minimum B4, I think, would be okay to keep the stability. But H4, White gets aggressive.
Wow.
White gets
And
aggressive.
pun
And
not intended that Mr. Dodgy dodged a bullet. Who would have
by
thunk
the
it?
way, B4 looked like a reasonable move to me. Maybe
Mhm.
that's what the brain wanted to play. And instead, White got hyper aggressive and pushes the H pawn, which it looks like we're back to the business of knight takes D4. I think that'll be a big problem.
That's right, because if White takes with the pawn, Black has bishop B5, and White is in trouble.
Exactly. And instead, E5 was played. So we're seeing some wild swings here in the evaluation. And this particular move may just drop that pawn. Uh, can't we just take it? Because the knight is pinned. There are some weird tactics in the
Mhm.
position, but I feel like that pawn looks scrumptious. Or at
Right, and
least
if the brain says bishop, White has to decide whether to take or play bishop E3. Of course, bishop E3 walks into E4. So I think that's what Black was banking on, that somehow Black is going to win a piece. And there's some positions where White plays queen takes H7 check and Black runs away with king F7. But in a
mhm.
blitz game, I wouldn't be very happy about that.
There's also the possibility here of B4. B4 looks
Mhm.
quite strong. And it has happened. Bishop takes on E5. And is this a sound sacrifice? Because you're going to need more. Will you be able to sacrifice your rook on E5? I don't think that's actually going to work out after bishop takes on E5 now. As I'm looking at this position, the king does seem to run out. After bishop takes, I think that white will be in a world of hurt. The reason being that after bishop takes, H5 doesn't quite work. There's a big tempo. Rook takes
Yeah.
C3 in the position, and that just disrupts and it's on the board. H5 is on the board, but I think Rook C3 is a smash.
Yeah, Rook C3 should just end all of White's dreams of attacking.
Yeah, that looks just devastating. All they have to say now is Rook, and instead Bishop to F5 was played. That is another refutation,
Looks pretty
actually,
good.
of this line. I'll take it. That one is a winner chicken dinner. This one looks busted. And instead the engine saying it's not the best move, but usually the engine says it's not the best move because it sees something better. But as far as we're concerned, that move looked like a killer.
Yeah, this is still winning for black. The problem in hand and brain, which I faced a few times, is the clock. And in this situation, black does have a winning position, but black is losing on the clock. And luckily, there's a 5 second increment, so maybe that won't be the telltale for the game. Maybe black can finish it off with the time that's remaining in this position.
Exactly.
And I want to remind everybody, it's 5 minute with a 5 second increment. It's hand and brain. A lot of our viewers probably haven't played hand and brain, but probably most of you have seen it. It's where it's a 2-person team. One person says the name of a piece.
Sorry, I hate to cut you off.
Yep.
Before you finish the explanation, the game swung yet again after black allowed bishop takes on C8, and now
He didn't like his rook.
He didn't like the rook, and now you see that white can actually take on E5 and redress the material imbalance. And so you're going to see a lot of that. And B4, instead of just simply taking the bishop, pushing this pawn was distinctly unnecessary, as now the queen drops back and defends the bishop. I imagine we're going to see a lot more wild swings in this kind of competition. The players are probably not used to playing hand and brain, and now we see it telling here. But continue your thought.
Yeah, so one person says the name of the piece, and the other person, who's the hand, has to move the piece to, if sometimes there's more than one piece that meets the criteria. Like if white says rook here, then the other player doesn't know which rook he intends to move. And so both players can get angry because they want to make a move, but their partner said the other piece. And the partner who says the piece, their partner doesn't move the piece to where they wanted to. So people can get upset when they're playing hand and brain, but you just got to chill and you got to play the best you can and play as fast as you can. Because as you can see, black is in pretty bad time trouble here, but black is winning.
Absolutely. And 1:14 left on the clock for black. And so white has to count on time to be the saving grace here. It's definitely a lost position for white, but still, it's two rooks versus queen, two rooks and a pawn versus queen and knight. And rooks do damage. Absolutely. The rook under attack now on the E3 square. And I could see a variation where that black king gets caught out there suddenly, Ben. Doubling of the rooks on the E line. There's going to be some tactics. Rook E7, setting up rook E8 and some rook down. There's still chances here. That knight needs to do work. And black's
that's right.
Knight is not really as active as that knight looks on that square. It's not really doing anything. And there go the two
less than a minute. This game can go either way. I wanted to point out one of the other games finished. It was an incredible checkmate. Looks like white just got totally run over. So the chess 2 for change 1, they won their first game against 16, and the other 5 games are still ongoing. Some of them pretty early on in the game.
All right, we'll try to get to those at some point, but this one, in the throes of the excitement here, and black is wiggling out of the bind, so white is just trying to get something going, maybe double rooks on the 7th. White has picked off one pawn, maybe catch another pawn, and again, yes, you're up a piece, but you can't just have a pretty looking piece like you see here, because it's not enough. The knight is just sitting there doing nothing. And the rooks have now found a way to double on the 7th, as I had said earlier, and black definitely has to worry about white's counterplay. The pawn on a7 will drop, and then white will suddenly have 2 connected passers. I don't think white's any worse now.
No, white's not worse. And not only that, the clock situation has gotten critical for black with 20 seconds left. Well, now the engine actually like white's position, it wants to just take on g7 and push those 2 passers, as you pointed out.
It's very hard to stop those passers. Knights do poorly against outside passers, and you see the A pawn is a problem, but it's joined by a B pawn, and you're going to have to figure out a way. And look at this. The sacrifice has in fact been played. We're certain to see rook takes and king takes, and then the move A4. And has white calculated this comeback in extraordinary style? You're going to have to defend against this position. And knight to c4, trying to slow things down. That actually does slow it down a little bit. And you're going to need your king in order to win the game. But you've got majorities on both sides, Ben.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, this game has turned around a lot. This is probably the most exciting game of the round. It's a good thing we started with it. And we still don't know the result, but it looks like with white, as you said, having passed pawns on both sides of the board and black having very little time, that white's going to be for choice here. Maybe dodgy isn't so dodgy after all.
Well, listen, the thing about this position is white will not win with just the queenside pawns. It's going to be very important, but I like what white is trying to do, at least, to get the king to d4 and then switch around and move the pawns on the king side. Now the king is in a ideal location. The knight will have to drop back, and then you can start thinking about advancing your queenside pawn, your kingside pawns. So both sides, the white king is so well placed. Look at that move, calm, cool, g3 being played. And now black has to make some kind of decision right now, and the knight drops back. That will allow the king to penetrate even further into the position. White is definitely for choice here, and black somehow playing quickly, still at 23 seconds, Ben, but I can't see black surviving this position.
No, usually in the blitz chess, the passed pawns have their say. And now black has allowed b5. It's hard to look at both sides of the board at once and figure out what the right move is when you only have 20 seconds on your clock.
Absolutely. Now, almost anything wins here. F4, and you just see you cannot guard both sides of the board. That beautiful comeback by white, sacrificing the rook to understand that this endgame is completely winning. Sure, a6 wins, c4. I'm sure everything wins at this point. F5 can be played. Just everything, just dominance. If you got to drop the knight back, it will just turn into a king and pawn endgame. So now this
A7 lets white queen, A7, A8.
That's it. The comeback.
Forgot about the A pawn.
Thorough now. It's almost resignation time, as a matter of fact. You'll get one check, but that's not going to be enough for the knight, as the pawn can just simply promote. You'll get some kind of knight check to happen. And I don't even see how the king could move and get forked by the knight somehow. You can't even blunder this position.
Well, black was up a queen, and now white is up a queen. That's fair. You got to do what's fair.
I'm sure black doesn't think it's fair at all.
Yeah, black say, wait a minute.
Drop, queen c6 check, picks off the knight, and that's going to be all she wrote.
How do you resign in hand and brain? How do you do it? Do you have a discussion?
I think
you just don't resign.
Run out of time.
I think in these positions, the best thing to do is let your clock run out so that white doesn't get 4 queens.
Well, it's 2 queens coming now. White is definitely not going to be in any stalemate issues whatsoever. So here comes the next queen. Who cares about the pawn on g4? Although, some masochist, some sadist, I should say, would have played queen f4 check and say, nope, you're not keeping anything. But in this position, white is spoiled for choice here. There's the old little stalemate wish, huh? Get rid of all your pawns. These players are too good to let that happen. No stalemate will happen on this board.
I wonder when white took the pawn on h5, if the other player wanted him to just queen and leave that pawn on the board. Well, queen g7 and then h8 queen would be quick. But you win whatever way you want.
There's a stalemate here though. Queen f4, king g6, and if king g6 now, queen f4 would stalemate. I doubt anybody does that.
Uh-oh, now
But
queen f4 is mate.
now queen f4 is actually mate because he went to
Mhm.
g4. And that was that. What a wild game and a wild comeback in that position. We saw quite a few games that ended. You mentioned one game that was brilliant. Which game did you say?
The game where black only won one game. It was chess two change one, had black against 16. And the final position looks just totally brutal. Totally awesome.
I'm not sure which game is it.
It's the
it's
only
not,
one black won. It's up, down, 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 up. Yep. No, up one. Perfect. Oh, wait, that's not it. Oh, they moved the games because, yeah, it's at the bottom now.
not this one.
I can see the game in the list, but it never shows the diagram. I think it's the last one.
Okay, this is all I see here. Is this a game that's going on right now?
No, click on the person's name on the left, on the bottom, right?
Well, I'm seeing a game in progress right now, as a matter of
Okay,
fact.
yeah, we can look at the games that are in
Yeah,
progress.
let's take a look at this one as it's going along, as we see chess
Mhm.
change 7. We work out all the nuances, but this one's down to 17 seconds for black and 34 seconds for white. And black has to keep guard of the rook of the knight on d3, and that has hung the knight in one move. Unfortunate if queen takes knight, and now black is completely busted. I mean, black was busted before, but now black is in deep trouble and now just has to hustle and hope that a clock malfunction happens. Not going to happen in this position. Now knight back to f5. White is up both a rook and a minor. So we should see some exchanges happening, and then is going to be all she wrote in this position.
Let's see. Yeah, 6 of the 8 games are done. White won 4, black won 2. We have no draws today. Black just won the 3rd game, and this is the last game. Actually, white lost on time in like a winning position. So I think white must have had some kind of issues in the game that just ended. There must have been some, you know, internet issue, or maybe white set a piece and the other player with white couldn't move it, didn't know what to do, but somehow white lost on time in a winning position. And I don't think white's going to lose on time in this winning position.
No, can do. Just rush the pawn down the board. Actually, there's a knight f5 check would have been kind of cute here if black played king g6, rook e7 would mate on the next move. But instead, white decides it's much easier to just get a queen, snap that pawn off the board, clean up the trash, and then push him, baby, as our dear friend Yasser Sirwan likes to say. And this one's just simply over. I wonder if white will take this pawn on h5. White really shouldn't. Okay, good. Just push the pawn and end the game easily. This pawn I would take, though, on g4, even though I know it's not the best move. Pushing would be best. But just, again, you want to take out the trash. Like, don't let them get anything going. They're hoping for that stalemate. Not
Yeah,
gonna
everybody's playing for stalemate, I noticed.
not happening here.
There's no
Too many
stalemates.
squares.
I need a stalemate.
It happens, though. I'll tell you straight. And I have fallen for a stalemate trick in my career. That was embarrassing. Nicholas Paglietti, 1993. I still remember that game. It hurts.
That was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
Let it go, Maurice. Let it go.
Still feel the pain from that stalemate. But anyway, so this one we see the queen appearing, and now it should be no more than, I would think, mate in 2 should be possible.
Yeah, just queen d6, and this is also now
Mate
queen
next
e8
with
mate.
queen e8, and there we go. All right, man. You keep telling me about some brilliant game that I am not finding.
I just saw the final position. Black won. That's it. Yeah, that's it. You just had it.
That looks nasty.
Yeah, that looks pretty brutal.
Let's go back to a moment
Opposite
in the game.
side castling, and somehow white's pawn is on h4, so that's risky.
When did this pawn hit h4? Okay, so
Pretty
this
early.
moment here, h6, the pawn had already been on h4, and white was definitely worse because of that strong center, but this move, g3, and now a4 hoping against hope, and then the h file open.
Boy,
Oh
the
my
truth
goodness.
hurts.
No, this is gonna be painful. b3
Solid.
in this position? No, 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 no. You're gonna get smoked. Oh my goodness. Terrifying. First piece dropped and a nasty mate. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. That one, you gotta
That was That was the brutal game of the round.
you
Well, we
gotta
had no
rearrange your
draws,
fate.
Maurice. That was a good first round.
Absolutely. We love it when there's blood on the board. So that one was definitely a big one. What other games might have caught our eye?
There
Looks
was a
like,
game black one where white just had a big advantage in the final position and white lost on time. So I don't know if it was an internet issue or the player with white was just too slow.
yeah, this one, oh my goodness, this one's just busted.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can understand why resignation might take place here, but
Mm-hmm.
how did this come about? Let's get back.
Yeah. Black's king never got safe. He played f6 too early.
You don't like that move, do you? I hear that a lot
Yeah.
from
Put that
people.
pawn back on f7.
Yeah, drop that pawn. Plus, there's a nice center, and the white just look at those b hops, just jump into the game. And are you telling me you can't? Is castling illegal here or something? I mean, it's nothing
King f2
necessarily
is a
wrong.
weird move if castling is legal. Yeah.
Right, king f2, especially if white said king and you played king f2. Like, did you forget how to
That's probably
castle?
what happened.
I'm curious just to go back. No, the king never moved. So why did king f2 happen? That was quite interesting. Okay, so we go forward to this moment after king f2. The bishop drops back, and it really white played very slowly, by the way, for somebody who had such a big
Mm-hmm.
advantage. And then finally, with the breakthrough, it'd be nice if
But
the
this
king were
is
sitting.
funny. Like black could have castled and white could have castled, and both players moved their king. I think there's some confusion with the hand and brain rules. Although, if you castle, you lose your knight on e7. So probably black wanted to castle, and black realized the other player that the knight on e7 would be hanging.
Why don't you play rook in this position here? Why don't you play rook f7 maybe and then
You can't
castle?
do it because the other person said king. So
Yeah.
you have to play king f7. That's better than king t8, I would guess.
Yeah, king f7 is going to walk into something bad too, but
Yeah.
okay, it was a bad position anyway. E5 break and then the doubling of rooks and but here it's not white mate yet. You could play knight d5 and it's bad. I mean, the H pawn looks very snackable, followed by bishop g6 or queen g6. I mean, it's bad, but yeah, must have just run out of time. Finally played bishop c8, and then that
Yeah,
was that.
black did lose on time. Yeah.
And black lost this
That was no
game.
fun for black that game.
Not at all. So some games we're seeing the teams are going to really have to get their act together because trying to play this is not easy at all. And I'm seeing like this position, for example, how could you lose on time here in what looks like a perfectly fine position? The only way that happens is because you're playing hand and brain. And so they're gonna have to chat between themselves and say, look, same move faster. Same move quicker. You cannot be losing on time in a position like this one. Come on.
Yeah, it's way too early.
No, and it's just a basic position. There are no real tactics here at all. We do want to just remind everyone the purpose of this event, and it is a charity. Chess to Change, business meets kids. It's just a fantastic charity. They do such great work. I've got to commend my dear friend, Grandmaster Pontus Carlson, for the leadership that he's had in this effort. And they bring so many different elements together in order to make this work. You've got corporations involved, corporations like Spotify and Microsoft and PwC, Fared. You've got the kids from all over the world. They're not just in Africa, but they're in Europe. They've opened up an opportunity now in Latin America, in the Americas itself. It is just a wonderful thing. And they do give away great prizes. They give them or great gifts, awards, if you will, where kids can go to chess tournaments. Just $10 will get a kid to play in a chess tournament. That's a fee that for some is quite challenging. They'll get supplies for kids as well. Sometimes they'll get them mobile phones. That's something that allows them to go online and play chess, get a chance to practice. Even just internet is a big issue in a lot of places. So they'll get them not just the internet, you got to get the router, and you got to pay the monthly bill as well. And for those of us who take things like that for granted, those are costs that they are able to cover. So any donation absolutely helps in that score. They give bigger awards as well. They have one called the Extreme Makeover Award, where they literally take a family out of a very challenging situation and move the entire family into a new apartment or flat, as they say in England, in Great Britain. They actually transform their lives, moving the entire family so that these families can have a better opportunity. So we are very grateful for this kind of initiative and to those who give. And if you have it in your heart to give any amount, there's no amount too small, literally no amount too small. You can press the button on your screen. There should be a donate button that you can see. And that is just a wonderful opportunity to give to a great cause.
And we both know that Rex Sinkfield's favorite saying is that no donation is too large. So no donation too small and no donations too large. And this is a great charity to support. I learned a lot about it the last week, and I'm glad to be doing commentary here with Maurice on an event charity that helps so many people around the world. And I want to thank the business people who are playing in this event for helping the charity and getting some good, interesting chess for you people at home.
Yeah, what better way to just spend a Sunday afternoon? This game looked like it was a reasonable game and resigned, as a matter of fact. So let's take a look at another one of these games. This one, actually, white was up a piece. I'm going to go all the way back, not to spoil things. But right here, oh, look at this mistake. Queen.
Yeah. Black must have said bishop and meant bishop G7, and Black misunderstood.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened in this game. You know, the kid who's playing, again, the kid is the brain, and the kid who's playing said bishop, and whoever the business person is here, I'm not even going to go research the name, but the move, bishop G5, and I can just see the kid go, oh, why would you put your bishop on G5, our bishop on G5, and hang a pawn here, and snackable, and that was that, down a pawn, and now having to fight after C6, let's blow open the position and win yet another pawn. And this just looks ugly as white just kept breaking through. I mean, this is animalistic, this kind of chess. Thank you for the passer. And sacrificing a piece here is going to be bad, obviously. We'll trade down all the way, and it's easy pickings. Man, white was merciless in this game.
Yeah, white just took everything.
Absolutely did take everything in that game. So they've got to get their act together as the hand and the brain. And we're looking for some kind of game. I don't see any other game that was, oh, maybe this one. Let's see. Black managed to win this one. Let's go all the way back to the top. And white was winning. No surprise that the swings will happen. This looks like just a positional takedown, beat down, actually. Let's see how it happened. Ooh, found the best move in the position, traded off pieces, and the other rook came down. Okay, this was, I want to see how it happened, because this looked like a positional masterpiece. Trade queens. Okay, mistake number one.
Yeah, F5's not good.
And you got to like that. Well played by white, spotting the weakness and then penetrating, and this is how we got this position. Very nicely played by white. F5. Keep those pawns at home, especially when there's a bishop on the long diagonal and there were squares, weak squares to mint. This right here, F5. We saw F6 happen, Ben, weakening squares, and now we see F5 doing the same thing. And I'm pretty sure when black said pawn, they did not mean f5.
That's right. I think I see what white missed when white traded on e8. I think taking on b8 and playing knight d7 should win the game here. Yeah, in this position, yeah. Because if you play rook d8, I have knight f6 check.
Ching ching ching. That wins the whole house.
Yeah, because if you play bishop f8, I have bishop a3 and king f7, I check. Yeah, you lose another piece either way. That's funny. I mean, it's funny if you have the white pieces.
Yeah, hilarious. I'm sure black is crying after losing everybody tactically here.
Yeah, so rook takes b8 and knight d7 would have won for white.
Yes. By the way, white said rook. Maybe white did see this combination.
That's
but
possible.
But the kid saw the combination, but again, we see the business person not spotting necessarily the best move here.
Mm-hmm.
But
they're not quitting their day job.
Yeah, I'm sure. But I wonder, would it be better if the kid was the hand in this case? Because I don't know. It's debatable. It's debatable. I think I would rather be the brain usually in hand and brain.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to have control over what gets moved, but at least you can sort of guide them in the right direction.
Yeah.
Which one do you prefer?
Round two just started, Maurice. We have some games up.
All right. Let's get to event. You can find round 2. All right, let's jump into one of these games right at the top. And here, all right, that's just right in the opening. Another one just in the opening. So they're all just starting out.
Yep.
And so only 4 games at the moment, though, I see are active, but it looks like others are jumping online right now. So another game in this line.
We're very early on in the round. For those of you who are just joining us, this is a charity event, business people and kids, and we're in round 2, and the time control's 5 minutes with a 5-second increment.
And yes, nothing dramatic at the moment taking place. We're just in various positions. We'll try to find a super interesting game at some point, something dramatic. But at the moment, people are just developing pieces. I see here a knight was under attack after some trades, and white's e-pawn is already under heavy threat. That looks like a pawn that's going to have to just advance and wreck black's position somehow. Bishop f4, however, simply drops the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you'd behoove you to just snack on it, and that is what has occurred. White has to be a little bit careful, as a matter of fact. And now I just realized, there were some tactics on the b2 square. Bishop takes b2 could happen if you're not careful. So white has to pay attention here. I would not take the knight, though. I would drop my bishop back. And I said it, and it happened. Take.
The brain said bishop, and the hand didn't know which bishop.
Right, and just traded. This was not the best trade. And this is the problem with hand and brain. This is just the straight problem with hand and brain, is you have too many pieces to choose from sometimes, and you pick the wrong one. So here's c3 played. White is just down a straight pawn. Black happens to have the 2 bishop advantage. White has maybe arguably a slight lead in development, but it's minuscule. I can't call it a real lead in development. Black's just going to develop the bishop. How do you hustle in a position like this, Ben? What do you do when you need to hustle somebody?
Yeah, exactly. Out Ruben A. Both players are playing very quickly, so I can't try to use the clock to my advantage yet. But yeah, down a pawn. Opponent has 2 bishops. You just make the game last as long as possible and hope that your opponent either blunders or has some time issue. But yeah, this is a very pleasant position for black. It's hard to go wrong, and black's going to be there's no pawns to lose, so black's going to be a pawn up for quite a long time.
I like that last move though. I'll tell you why. Because the only chance white really has is if black goes into an opposite color bishop endgame.
Mm-hmm.
That will give some drawing chances. And so I would want black to take my knight. I might even play h3 here, allowing the wrecking of the see. So that right there. They might realize they shouldn't play bishop takes knight. That rook d3. They might realize it shouldn't happen. But h3,
Right.
they would have taken it. And although I would have had a compromised pawn structure, at least I would have felt a little bit closer to having some chances. See now, look, black is not taking the knight. This is what when you talk about hustling again, black's not taking that knight. Now, for sure, if you play h3, they're going to play bishop f5. They're not going to take the knight.
Right.
And so you didn't give them a chance to blunder, and the bishop's going to move. But maybe, look at that.
Oh,
Forget it. White did better than I would have. And now we do have opposite color of bishop position. And yes, it's still definitely advantageous to black, but the technique is going to be work here. That was not a good decision to take on f3.
no, definitely not. Black could have easily played bishop f5. And again, that was another instance of black said bishop since the bishop's attacked, and the adult in the room what probably wasn't the best player in the room, and unfortunately gave white these opposite colored bishops. And black's better because black can attack f2, and black can play e6 and stop the attack on f7.
Rook d3.
But,
rook d3 was playable though.
That's what I thought white would play. And again, white said rook, and maybe the hand didn't go exactly where the brain was telling it to.
Yeah, now you got to play rook e2 if you want to trade, or maybe rook. Yeah, no, rook e2 is necessary. Or b4 is playable as well. b4 I can get behind. And actually, this is an interesting move because the bishop has to actually stay off the diagonal and close. I mean, stay off the long diagonal, instead close the d file, which allows you to play rook e2, and that's a likely, oh wait a minute, rook e2 is a likely blunder. Now you can't play rook e2, but you could play rook to d3 in this position, or even g3, and you sort of freeze black's game. Well, maybe not. E6 would be simple enough. Now we see the bishop dropping back. And
yeah, I like your g3 because you don't want to get mated ever, so you got to save the back rank.
I'm not thrilled by that last move because I want to trade on the D line kind of easily. Here I'd have to play rook d1 as my only option for trying to force a trade. But still, this game is not easy. You're up a pawn, but technically, how do you win it? You should be winning by advancing your kingside pawns because that's where your majority is. But it's not as easy to do. Again, the light squared bishop does control some things on that side. So this is a ways to go in this position. Let me see if I can find something a bit more exciting for us to look at. And this game is already somehow morphed into an end game. That was quick compared to what we were watching. They decided not to lose on time, but instead they're losing on the board. And so black is completely winning this position.
Oh, you're looking at the game I was looking at. I was going to say this game was going to end pretty soon.
Yeah, that one looks pretty bad. What?
Wow, Ricky won. That's amazing.
What a move.
Mm-hmm.
That is absolutely gorgeous.
Some of those business guys can play chess, I guess.
We came in at the right time. That is a spectacular move. What an amazing move to play in this moment. You can take a picture of this one. Rook, if you're trying to figure out how to actually convert rook to e1, double exclamation mark, as you see on the screen. That is a game closer. That says resign now. I love that move. Wow. That's high level chess.
Yeah, that certainly wouldn't have been on my radar, but I like looking at it.
What I wanted to do was play rook c1 and then play rook e1, but bishop takes b2 ruined the party. Because my rook on c1 was hanging. I hadn't solved, frankly, for rook to e1 first. I mean, that was absolutely brilliant. That is man, what a move that was. And it's time to resign now, whatever hopes you had. Well, that was a true pleasure to see. If I don't see anything else today, Ben, that alone.
Rook E1 was the move of the day for sure.
I mean, what? That was stunning. Just go back to this beautiful moment in the game right here. I wanted to play Rook C1 with the same idea of bringing my rook down, but after takes, I saw that Rook E1 now actually lost the game to Bishop takes on C1. I was like, okay, darn it, I can't play that just yet. So what do I need to do? And what happened? They said, knock, knock, Grandmaster. This is what you need to do. What a move. You don't see a move like this every day. Obviously, if you play rook takes, now rook here cannot be met by bishop takes because of the back rank mate. This is a beautiful little puzzle.
If I had black at this game, I would probably intend to play rook on 8 to E2, and I would mouse slip and play rook E1, and then I would just be lucky that it still wins.
Well,
that's how I would do it.
Yeah, this is just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful line. Definitely, I'm going to have to post about that one somewhere. Let's go to another position where this is an entertaining little position here. I love material imbalance. My chessable course on material imbalance, you might have seen the dark forest positions. And here we see the two rooks. They are doing work on the E line, and the black queen has no real weaknesses, Ben, to address. In fact, it's tied down to defending a knight at the moment, but the rooks are going to be super active. One rook could actually land on E7 right now, and that would have been powerful. Instead, this move, allowing knight E6.
Again, white said rook, and the other player moved the wrong rook.
Again, we see. Well, the last time it actually worked out, we saw the spectacular rook E1, but this time it did not. We should have seen rook down to E7, and here the rook is now closed out of the E file by the knight. White is still better for sure. And by the way, F6 can be met by rook H8 check.
Wow.
That would be nice. F6. I mean, the pawn's hanging, and it's played.
There we go.
And it's played. Rook H8 would be a monster shot. Will we see a second sack?
F6 double question mark. We came in at the right time.
But it'll be the second time this happened. Hopefully white says rook. We're hoping white says rook, not knight, but says rook in this position. And that would be a bone cruncher. Rook. Oh, they missed it. Oh, man. Rook H8 would have been so sweet, followed by knight F7 and collect the queen. We would have seen two rook sacks in just 2 games. And now black is back in business in this game. That knight, by the way, is trapped in the position. So something like queen C7 would be, well, I guess it's queen D7, excuse me. Queen D7 would be problematic. And now that knight has got no way to get back out.
Yeah, I think they have to play rook takes A6 here and attack the knight. Although then we have knight C7. So maybe that doesn't work.
That's right. That knight is still trapped, and rook H8 was not going to do it. I mean, after king to G6 only move, what is the knight going to do?
Yeah, I wouldn't have played knight F7 if my partner said knight. I would have gone somewhere safe like F3.
Right, exactly.
Knight's trapped and
exactly.
Now black's winning.
Black is just back in business. Black would have lost the queen after F6, but instead now things have turned around after the missed tactic, and black is definitely winning this position, although it's far from over, mind you. 2 rooks and a pawn for the queen and knight, an exposed black king. We have seen, and it's funny that right there we saw an exclamation mark for taking the knight.
The best move.
I would assume that you want to take the knight, given that your pieces were forked. I think pretty much anybody would have found that move. But now, again, coordinating the extra piece. We saw the same distribution, Ben, in round 1, where 2 rooks beat a queen and knight because the knight was not active. Here, the knight seems to be at least a little bit more active. However, the queen has to join the party in order for this to be truly effective.
Yeah, it's a great position for black. Black has to coordinate their forces. The good news is white has 9 seconds left.
That's gonna be
white has 5 seconds left.
And the clock is ticking down very quickly. And the
Uh-oh.
move,
Uh-oh.
oh, was not
No, that's the end of that.
played.
That was easy.
That made life much easier for Black. What a turnaround, folks. In this one right here, the missed blow. You got to know your tactics. And rook h8 was a killer. The king cannot move except to take the rook. And then knight to f7 would have won that game. Unfortunately, white did not spot the move, and the game ended in a win for Black. All right, other games still going on. Let's try
Still have
this.
no draws. All the games are decisive.
Are you kidding? Is this the actual position? How we've seen end games. We've seen games go by, and these two are how much time do they have on their clock as well? This has been quite a pace. The last move c4, the engine doesn't like, and with good reason, because now the pawn on the bishop looks like a pawn, actually.
I think you were right the first time when you said pawn.
Like, look at this now. You don't want to make moves like c4 and bury your bishop forever. So white did not need to do that at all. But still, even though you might make one bad move, doesn't mean you are going to lose the game. And we've seen certainly here that comebacks are very, very possible. Interesting pawn structure, though, Ben.
That's right. Totally blocked at the moment. And even though white's bishop is blocked, it's hard for black to activate their bishop as well. So it's not very simple. And again, the one advantage white has, which we've seen in other games, is huge time advantage on the clock, twice as much time as black. I like knight c6, getting the knight back into the game and either going later to d4 or b4. b4 would trap that white rook. So
I like b4. I like b4
yeah, white's got to do something now.
Yeah, this was a great move, bringing the knight back into the game. Excellently played. And now you can drop your knight on b4, and that's going to have to be an exchange sack at some point, which is not going to be the greatest sacrifice in the world. But a knight on b4 creates problems. Knight d4 here would be an atrocious move. This knight's doing nothing on f3 at all. And why would you want to trade it off and then allow gang tackle on the b line? That would just be ridiculous. So let's not do that. But knight to b4, however, shuts down everything on the b file, even a5 with knight b4, just to make the exchange sack. Wow. Well played. a5 on the board. I'm not sure it's the best move. Knight b4 still looked like it was good, but now knight b4 is threatened in earnest. And that rook sitting on b6 is going to have a problem.
Yeah, and again, white's only hope is the big time advantage. White's position is pretty bad. Black will definitely play knight b4 now, stopping rook takes b7. And yeah, the white rook doesn't have anywhere to go, and the white bishop is even worse.
The rook actually has b5, so it's kind of hard to pick that piece off. You have to figure out how to round it up, and it's now on that square. So something like queen c7, then move your rook out the way, and then play bishop c6 or a6. That does pocket an exchange, but I'm actually not sure it's an exchange I even want, to be honest. And by the way, in the meantime, the situation is dire for black on the clock with only 21 seconds left. Black has to hurry.
Yeah, and what black could do is focus their energies on the king side by playing something like rook f8, f5, which helps the bishop on b7, and white's pieces on the queen side aren't really, g3. That's making my idea even better.
Yeah, your f5 looks super appetizing, but black is trying to move quickly. Black played rook to c8 instead of rook to f8, as you had suggested. And now here comes this h4 move. And once again, black probably should say rook now, or pawn h6, f5. It doesn't seem as though black has the memo. That is the hand. Understanding that f5 is the push you want. So bring the rook to f8 and play for f5. And I'm sure the brain is a little bit frustrated, but must keep. I would be ready to say rook now. Just say rook. As soon as the move is played, just say something. Instead, bishop was said. And here comes this exchange sacrifice I talked about, where if you take on b5, I'll just take back with a pawn, and suddenly my bishop has the beautiful diagonal again. That is not What you should do, however, taking the
Ooh,
knight was completely unnecessary and
no,
uncalled
that's
for.
not good.
And now black is in business. The complete wrong exchange sack then.
Yeah, white's only hope is the clock. White's going to have to play quickly the rest of the game.
Okay, take
But
black has to
black is
take
completely
now.
winning.
Quick, quick. What are they thinking about? Just say something. Okay, pawn was said. I don't know why that pawn on a4 was not captured. This allows bishop to b1, defending everything. But
Mm-hmm.
and there it is, bishop b1 play. That was an easy move, by the way. If you say bishop, then
That's
what else
right.
can I do? To
5 seconds
play
for black.
and black now to
3 seconds.
1
1
and
second.
with
Wow.
1 second on the clock, took and need to say something now again. 3,
Mm-hmm.
2, 1, and oh,
Oh,
ran
lost on
out of
time.
time.
Wow.
That was unfortunate. Black got their chance and ended up losing that game. All right, let's jump to another game. No rest for the weary here, and black has what looks like two very powerful pass pawns. Oh no. They said pawn and hung a rook. That
Yeah.
is
If they say pawn, that's the only legal
whoa,
move.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Pawn in return and gave him the second life.
Wow.
Oh
Yeah, king
no.
would have been a better thing to say.
What the heck? And now we have
That's
a
incredible.
dynamic position once again. And holy smokes, allowing
Yeah,
just the
should have
pawn
played
to get
F6 check. That was the wrong pawn again.
wrong pawn.
And
Unbelievable what
both
is
players very
happening
short
here.
on the clock.
The clock is definitely not their friend. F6 is forced. There's F7 is not a threat at all. So you can play, but wait a second. Rook B8 is a threat. And oh my
Oh, snap.
goodness. Missing the Rook B8 check threat.
I think black
And
had to
now
play Rook G5 there so that the pawn
incredible.
wouldn't queen.
Wow. That on with time pressure, Ben, that was tricky. But now here comes
Yeah.
the queen with check, or even rook f8 check first, followed by a queen. Great
Yeah,
little
okay.
nuanced technique. And finally, white is going to wrap this up. We think. We think.
Yeah, I don't know. I
White's
wouldn't bet on it. There's a lot going on here.
not
There's a
going
clock
on
going
indeed.
on. There's black queening.
Black is threatening to queen in one move with check, as a matter of fact. And white is down to only 11 seconds. White's got to
Yeah.
move. 8 seconds. 6, 5, and
Queen
queen
F7. Wow.
F7.
I think that's
What?
a mouse slip.
What?
I think they wanted their
Oh
queen
my
to go
goodness.
back and they left. Yeah, I think the white mouse slip there.
Unbelievable turnaround. And now it's black who is winning, but with 20 seconds is black. And now we see check. The king marching up the board. I feel like they're going to be more adventures in this game before it's all over. Queen to b4 check. Oh no, you got you're in the death march now.
I think the players are going to come to blows this game. The teams
Only
are going to
one
be really
move with
mad
the
at each
king,
other, both of them.
and now rook over, and now you've only got one move again. Just say king and go, and queen b7 will be death, or queen d6 actually would have also been devastating, but
Yep.
queen check, and now you've got to go to the back rank, and I think we're going to hear rook, and that's
Wow,
it.
what a turnaround.
Unbelievable game. Unreal
That's hand and
what
brain
happened
for
there.
you.
And we see all the games have indeed concluded, and all
still no draws.
no draws. We like that. How many
Mhm.
did black win? It looked like
6.
1, 2,
6 and
3,
2.
5, 6 wins for black. Am I counting that right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
2.
6 wins for black. Interesting. There, let's see some of these other games. This was this one here. This is going to go down as the sweet one though.
Oh yeah, rook e1. It's too bad white didn't play rook h8 and give that a challenge in the other game.
Oh yeah, rook h8 would have been sweet. I don't think rook h8. I spotted that one. That's a more normal.
Rook e1's better. Yeah, it's still
rook e1's definitely another level of tactic.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this was just beautiful. I gotta take a picture of this one just to make sure I have it for my students later. That's a brilliant one. Rook to e1. How do you queen your pawn? That is picturesque. Were there any games we missed? I believe we missed a few games. This one here, white lost on time. We're seeing the time issue though. 5 + 5, that extra 5 seconds doesn't seem to be really favoring the players as we see some time issues in the games. This one here, Black certainly has a wonderful night on the D3 square. It was White to move, however. Bishop D4 was the major threat, coming and winning a pawn, and White did not know what to do about it. In fact, I'm not really sure. F3
White's
maybe?
position's actually quite bad here because
Yeah, maybe you've got to play F3
position.
and hope for the best. But the position does not look good. Matter of fact, F3, after F3, bishop check.
Yeah, and then knight C1 check could win a pawn.
And knight C1,
oh, you have king D2.
You do have this move, and you're not quite losing material. So you're still in the game after F3, after this line. So that's probably what they were looking for when they lost on time. Any other games? This one here, also a loss on time in what was a winning position for Black. Black took too long, up 3 pawns, and ended up losing.
No, White lost on time, so it was correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's White who lost on time. Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
so that was fair.
No, that is fair. Yeah. Okay. I misread that. First day with the new eyes.
Yeah, otherwise that would have been terrible.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one, we see that White lost on time up a pawn. This one was.
Yeah, and look at the time situation, 423 to 0.
No.
Wow.
What? They blitzed this.
Play from Black.
Let's take a look and follow the time as it went along. Look at Black's just instantly moving. Black has made it their mission to instantly move. Like they're never, okay, that instant move may not have been the best after a pinner. Okay, we're still seeing. So Black actually lost the pawn very early, but just kept the pressure on the clock. When did White lose time, though?
Yeah, White lost 30 seconds the last 2 moves, so that was terrible.
Right here, White took
White's
a big amount of time to just retreat the bishop. Took 7 seconds there, 20 seconds to play rook d1, 10 seconds to play that, another 10 seconds, and then over 30 seconds to move.
And then lost on time with 30 seconds left.
And then 30.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Way. Terrible.
All right, we've been told to go to break. The producers are yelling at us. That's what happens when we do commentary. Producers yell at us.
Well, you know what? We're having a lot of fun going over these games, but we will go to break for just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, everyone. We are with Chess to Change, a wonderful charity changing the lives of kids all over the world. We'll be right back.
Yes. Amazing.
Kennedy, you might have lost, but you won our hearts.
I thought the national team would be better than this.
Julie, how many times do I have to tell you chess is about long-term strategy, not quick gains, just like life.
Like always, the girls have to save the boys.
Wow.
Chess has given me an identity, helped me to stay positive through all the challenges, opened doors, made me friends, and improved my problem-solving skills, which has really helped me in school. I really like the fact that everyone can play chess, no matter the background, tribe, gender, or age.
Born and raised in Mukuru kwa Njenga slum, the young chess enthusiast is slowly but surely playing his way to a better life. Isaiah's fervor for a game that is widely considered an elite sport for chosen few has resulted in major life changes. Key among them, elevating his family's living conditions.
When we saw the board, everyone was saying like, it is checkers, it is drafts, you see. But like that was my first time I saw chess. But at first I did not gain that interest. Like I was just playing it for fun, but I started playing serious chess when I attended my first tournament at Makini.
That was in 2016. The same year Isaiah's fortunes began to change for the better. The fourth-born child in a family of 4 boys and 2 girls had already captured the attention of the then Chess Kenya Federation chairperson Githinji Hinga for his outstanding charm and passion for the game. Hinga, who is one of the top Kenyan chess players, introduced Isaiah to Pontus Carlson, a chess grandmaster who had visited the country.
When I saw Isaiah, when I met him, I saw this combo of the skills. To be honest, I saw myself a bit in the young man, and then you see that I'm doing well. So then I think he can be next.
It is that unique character that resulted to the Swedish Grandmaster taking the young Kenyan chess player as his protege. With time, the mentorship has even extended beyond the game.
Fast forward to this year with the corona outbreak and everything, and Pontus was really concerned about the plight of this young man. The idea was to get him to a more comfortable place, of course, like to get him a computer in the setting that they are living in the, and also the cramped conditions that they were in. We had to uplift the entire family.
Raising my family from a lower background to a higher background, and right now, like, all of my family members are very happy, and this like was my lifetime goal, to make my family members happy.
Hello, everyone. Once again, we are here with Chess to Change. I am GM Maurice Ashley, along with GM Ben Finegold, and we have been treated to some very wild, crazy, but brilliant chess from time to time, as well as we're doing this commentary for a wonderful charity that helps kids from all over the world to improve their circumstances. And these games, Ben, have been quite interesting. Rookie one is going to stay in our minds for a long time, for sure. But let's get to the game we have here, where we have some team names finally. We have Miria versus Access Bank. And I got some information. Team Access Bank is Robert Asibor, who is one of the bankers here, and he is playing with Kishan Elmer from Kenya, 11 years old, a regional champ from Kenya, and also just played in the Africa Schools Individual Chess Championship held in Kenya. And Team Miria is Ray Flemings, a guy I actually know. I didn't realize that Ray was such a big chess player, in fact, and he manages some very heavy hitters. He's playing with Elizabeth Cassidy, 1678 rating from Kenya, and she wants to be a GM and a doctor as well. I wasn't that talented to be able to do both. Ben, I don't think you were either.
No, there's not too many.
We ended up just being GMs.
Yeah, and here we have compared to the other games we were looking at, a pretty quiet game, where relatively equal, and nobody's playing hyper aggressive yet. But usually those are the games that get the most aggressive as the game goes on. Things happen, the position changes, and we see some real exciting stuff. But so far in 2 rounds, we've seen super exciting chess with no draws, all decisive games. And I'm looking forward to more decisive games. And hopefully in the upcoming rounds, we'll see more moves like we did last time with Black playing Rookie 1. That was astounding.
And White just found a fantastic move to exploit Black's last slight mistake, or maybe even a little bit more than slight. The queen moved to d7 to defend the b pawn, which was under attack from the queen. But by going to d7, you put your queen right in the line of this knight's attack, and White took advantage of the tempo. The queen is now shifted over to c8 to try to maintain the defense of the b pawn, but now the d pawn looks like a pawn to take, and White decided not to grab it right away. Bishop to f3 instead. I'm not sure this is the move if White said bishop. Remember, we're playing hand and brain, and so White says the piece. Black is the one who has to decide which piece to move. I'm not sure that's the bishop that White actually wanted to move. I would have preferred bishop d2 myself if I wasn't going to take the pawn on d5, so that a rook, one of these rooks, can come to the seat line and address Black's queen. So bishop f3, e6, and Black is still a little bit worse. This bishop sitting on f5, there was the possibility of g4, but bishop e4 was playable and would trade off at least a pair of pieces. So that wasn't so bad. I think that White has now played bishop d2, but has let Black in much more so than Black deserves to be, Ben.
Yeah, after queen d7, White found the nice shot, knight e5, as you pointed out, and White had a nice advantage. And then bishop f3 was too slow. I didn't see a big reason not to take on d5. And now Black is able to defend d5 and develop the queen side. And White's advantage here is small, although I would still take White. Black does have the time advantage. So this game is going to get exciting. Right now they're maneuvering around, and a6 really weakens the b6 square. So knight a4 looks pretty juicy now.
The entire queen side, as a matter of fact, those dark squares just lit up. And I am sure that the move knight to a4 was what White meant to play, just parking on a b6, as you said, and c5. Knight takes wasn't a bad choice. Queen takes was impossible, because knight takes on d5, if there was a queen sitting here, then knight takes on d5 would have just smashed through completely thanks to the pressure of this rook. But again, the request to move the knight and knight to
92.
e2 was not the most active square. Knight a4, although it's on the rim, it would have been far from being dim, as c5 and b6 would have been great squares to be aiming for. And it looks as though black has turned things around. And now this queen move, yes, hitting a pawn on c6, but what about your own pawn on b2? This is definitely, I was going to say, a Donnybrook, as captures would have been possible, but it has slowed the pace down with the move rook to b6. And now this pawn is defended. This pawn is defended. You never know what's going to happen in hand and brain.
No, I think a lot of the hand and brains have different ideas about what move the other person wants to make or what the best move is.
Uh-oh, that wasn't
Yeah, that just walks into bishop a5.
That just literally strolls into that shot. Bishop to a5. Will white find it? Well, if you say bishop, I play bishop a5. So
there's no other move to make, right? Yeah.
That just means bishop, and I just say bishop. And you just have to pick from 3 squares, since this bishop cannot move anywhere. Bishop. Oh my goodness. No way. No way, no how. How could you not put the bishop on a5? I am sure white is sitting there as the brain, shaking their heads. What can a kid do to get a win? Like, what do you need to do? You can't say bishop a5.
Man.
And now we're back to positional chess, as bishop a5 was clearly missed. And now we're just in a position where, again, now queen b7, and now black is starting to fix some of the issues in the position. The bishop on b4 under attack. And a trade really doesn't help white at all. I mean, at all. It just helps black to straighten out those pawns. And so I would just play C pawn captures right now and bring a rook to the C file.
Yep.
And there you go.
Yeah, black's pretty equal now. Yeah, white's play was pretty incisive, or not incisive, playing knight e2 and bishop b4 and yeah, bishop f3. I think the two players with white are on different pages.
And white now down to 129. We should pay attention to the clock. White is ticking down. Rook to c8, and white's got to play some decent moves here. Maybe challenge the c file. I'm not a big fan of that. Knight c3 was my instinct, but the fact that black now has complete control of the c line. Good news is it's not so easy to break through on. Okay, a bit aggressive, definitely aggressive. Now, bishop e2 runs into rook takes on c3, by the way. So check that.
Hey,
and it looks
play
like
knight takes d5 here.
Knight takes d5 is definitely an interesting move. And instead, rook moves to d1 attacking, but I did like your knight d5. I don't know what was wrong with it, as a matter of fact. Why not knight takes d5? It looks like it nets a pawn. Instead, after bishop d3, we see the move rook to d1. And now your bishop, if it went to d3, it probably wants to go to c4. The only problem on c4, Ben, that bishop is trapped on c4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
that
I think
could
we
be
heard
risky.
a tiny voice there. Was that a child I heard?
Yeah, it sounded like they said rook for rook d1.
Bishop.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're hearing bishop, and you would anticipate bishop c4, but again, there's some tactics that
Queen.
black will have to deal with.
Upon.
Bishop c4 is met by queen a3, in my opinion. So you might have to play bishop back to f5 because, okay, we're hearing there's no way this is the game we're looking. I heard knight.
Excuse
I heard bishop and queen.
I'm connecting with my laptop. It's called Elizabeth.
All right, I'm getting some secondary noise, and I think that it looks like there must be a pause in this game. Just see as we check. We probably want to turn that sound off while they're talking, because it looks like Elizabeth needs to reconnect, which is going to cost a lot of time on the clock. You know, the internet issues where they're playing could have affected some of the games, Ben. We saw some some times when people thought way too long, and it could be internet issues. One of the things that this charity does is try to help by giving them better internet, but it is a price. It comes with the cost of the router, and it comes with a monthly fee as well. So you can see some of the challenges they have while they're trying to play.
We got some crazy positions in the other game. We're going to have some decisive results pretty soon.
All right, maybe we can try to transfer over to another game. I'm not really sure. Which game do you see?
I can actually see all of them, and looks like the change 11 versus 16 is going to be that game's going to end soon. I guess it's 16 is the. Yeah, you can follow chess to change 11 or 16.
I'm trying to do that, but it's not allowing me to switch over. Yeah, my message is not the follow messages are telling me I'm watching all the games, and it won't let me switch from this game. See if I can find. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not able to switch over from this game, and this game is frozen at the moment. Not sure exactly what to do. Maybe a producer can help here.
Go producers.
Yeah, right now we're frozen on this game, and I think that it's simply because of some internet connection. But at the moment, when I go chess to change 11 or any game, I'm only getting a message of what I'm watching. So
yeah, the problem is we usually have chess producers, but in this particular situation, it's actually the guys from the movie and played the producers. So they're not doing a good job.
Well, somehow this game is frozen. Let's see, Rook D1. Okay.
Now people are going to stop watching the stream and start watching the movie Frozen.
All right. Actually, we do have a bunch of moves as the screen was frozen for some time, but we see a lot of moves in this game. I'm going to try to catch up to this moment, and Black has taken over the game and is, in fact, much better, winning, in fact, in this position. And this extra pawn is enough to cause problems here to go down the board and start to open up this side. So white to move it now in this position. Queen C3. Oh my goodness. That was not a good move to play.
Queen C3. And white said queen and the other person played Queen C3. That's too bad.
That is just too bad. And now the game is totally over after this check. Here comes the pawn down the board, and Black has tremendous time on the clock and pieces on the board. This one is all she wrote, no question about it.
Well, Black's going to be 2-0 this round so far, but still no draw. Maybe there won't be any draws the entire event. This is different than the Sinkfield Cup. There's no draws.
All right, we see resignation in that game, and rightfully so. Let's see if we can find another game. Somehow this is going to work.
Ooh, there we go.
All right. Now let's see. Which game should we jump to? All right. This one is in progress. Look at that pawn chain. My goodness.
Connect 4, white wins.
This is just fantastic. But at the moment, white is actually down a pawn. But look at this pawn. I mean, that's just magnificent. And I love these kind of pawn grips, where this pawn and this pawn are holding down 4 pawns, easily rolling down the board. And this last move, rook to F1, great move, stopping any G6 dreams. And what a game. This could be a GM game, as a matter of fact, and with some time on the clock for both sides. Now the knight is headed to F3, trying to eject the bishop from the G5 square and then maybe double on the G line. This is anybody's game.
Yeah, and white has a lot less time in the position, and I prefer white's position, but that could change any move. Both players are getting low on time. But yeah, this looks of the games we looked at this round, this looks the most like a GM game. Very strategical. Material is virtually equal. Pass pawn for white, and no clear way for either side to get a big advantage.
Absolutely brilliant game so far. I'm not even sure exactly what either side needs to do. I'm going to be honest. Where do you put your pieces here? I saw the F5 square for a knight, but I'm not getting there anytime soon.
No.
Maybe I guess I could have maneuvered the knight around, maybe C2, E3, and then here, but the bishop is always coming back to this square. So not so easy. White could play for this pawn break. Could play for that pawn break. In fact, that is a move to try to play, to crack open the position on that side. But king c3, a little bit of a waste of time in the position. What else can you do? This knight has no great square that I can land on. And now g6, and black is starting to look for some kind of play with their pawn break. I probably would not take that pawn if I were white. And no sooner said than not done. Now you have two.
Now black has two
passers.
passed pawns, and black is the one on seizing the initiative here.
Absolutely. They're still trying to manage on the clock. 24 seconds for white. And that's a dynamic move, hoping to get to the G4 square. Oh, that was shut down. And now this knight just doesn't have a home. That's the biggest problem in this position. The knight just can't do anything. And now the king stepping up, about to play G5, and the passed pawns will roll. So white looking for some kind of counterplay.
Yeah, white definitely losing now, also losing on the clock. But sometimes people, when they have a winning position, try to figure out the best way to win, the easiest way to win, and then their time goes down also.
I'm going to say
this is E7, not a great square for the bishop.
This is definitely not easy, no matter how you look at it, even though you have two passed pawns. As they push, they create weak squares. For example, if you play G5, this square becomes available to the white rook, right? That's a move. Now you can play rook F5 with the idea of knight F3. And if you push again, you're just creating more weaknesses. There goes the square. And it's just not that easy to just advance without any pieces supporting. And remember, if you try to eject this rook with this rook is tied down to this pawn. Right. So this is now a very difficult game to win. Look at that. King over. I might have played knight back to F1, but I can't blame blame white for this move, because if you get your king in front of the pawns, how is black supposed to make any real advance here?
That's right. The rook is tied down to D6. The bishop is tied down to E5, and the black pawns are stopped. Both sides have less than 30 seconds. It's
the only problem now, though, Ben, sorry, is that it is possible for this bishop, if it ever gets loose, your connect four will fall apart completely. So you got to watch that. And
I don't like rook F1 because now bishop G5 is possible, and we can't take on E5.
Yes.
And bishop F4 is coming, and king G5. Now black is in the driver's seat.
That's why I didn't want to bring the king over, but now it's bad news, and that bishop could harass.
Got to sack the exchange and get that e-pawn going. It's your only hope.
Oh, that was indeed the only hope. You're right. Rook takes would have been a chance, but now big trouble as the rook is trapped, and the bishop, it's on such a magnificent square and planning to just eat everybody. This trade is not good for white. Now the position is completely busted, and that knight's trapped at the moment. So you can't play bishop takes knight at any point. No, because you can't deal with the D pawn. So this is the right way to play. Go eat all the yummies. Those pawns are going to drop like candy in a second. And I don't see, there is one trick.
We have our first draw of the event. White was completely winning and winning on time, and white stalemated black.
Oh no.
Black played a stalemate trick. That was our first draw of the event. Amazing.
Well, this is not going to be any stalemates here. 22 seconds for white. White's knight is notoriously terrible at being able to promote a pawn by itself. I mean, there's no way you maybe get one square up, but you're not getting the next square because your knight's going to have to guard the pawn. That king move was unnecessary, but
yeah,
the point is knight f6 check and d7 leads nowhere. You cannot make any kind of advance White needs to just start snapping stuff, but it's not going to help. Knight takes G4, knight takes E5. But the other two pawns, as we see that bishop is just taking pawn after pawn after pawn. Just give me more. Even bishop C3 was possibly that
Bishop
position.
C3 is also good. Yeah.
Why bother when you can just take everybody?
This is the last game of the round, Maurice.
All right, here we go. And bishop takes. This check leads nowhere. You're not taking that bishop for sure. That just loses. And black has easy moves. Time to bring the white king in and hope. Well, too many knight moves. Time to bring the white king back over to the other side. You could have gotten inside the square if you had moved already, but now it's too late. The pawn is too fast.
Yeah, we can just push the pawn now and win.
No, well, knight F3 is not necessary to try to play knight D2. But I think
we could play bishop F4 here.
Bishop F4 does the nasty, and your knight can never get over, or bishop B4.
Also good.
Also good.
Now we have 95 check.
Fantastic move. Both the team finding all these moves. They're working in beautiful harmony right now. Knight check. Well, okay. The knight.
Yeah, bishop C3 is going to win.
Bishop C3
after
is going to
either
knock
knight
this
move.
one out.
Yeah, bishop C3, B2. Actually, bishop C3 we can check and take on B3.
That's correct.
That's what's going to happen if white says knight.
That is
still losing.
Oh no!
Oh no!
So Ben, what did we miss? Knight takes B4 was not a threat. Bishop A3 should have been played. That's what it was. We were too greedy. Bishop A3 should have been played, and then push the pawn. But now it's just over, and it's just a matter of time. Black is actually ahead on the clock, so there's nothing to see here. As this game is about to be over, it's just a matter of technique. Save your bishop. You don't even need your bishop. King E5 would actually do the job, but why give a bishop? You don't have to.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, they're resigning with white. They're discussing it.
I think we had knights. We could have won back.
And Dodgy 3-0. Go Dodgy.
Let's listen in.
There's a fork. We had a fork actually. Here we had knight C5. Yeah.
Although I get the yeah, I get
even though it's winning for black, but yeah, you get the weak one, but okay, it's still a bit more tricky.
Yeah,
it needs to be.
Yeah. Well played, guys. It was a fun game.
No problem.
Very fun game, and you know what? You guys are amazing under temperature as a hand and brain, both teams, right? It's usually
I think both of us played really well with like low time on the clock. It was...
Yeah, and kids, you guys were amazing saying the moves fast, and hands, you guys were really good acting fast. It takes a teamwork, and you guys did amazing. So perfect.
Yeah. All right, we heard the arbiter there chiming in. We have arbiters, of course, on all the boards, and giving kudos. That, by the way, was impressive. They're starting to catch their stride. I think that's what's happening, Ben. After one game, you might feel a little bit like, are we working together? We never did this before. Second game even. But now I think people are starting to catch their stride, seeing what's necessary after 3 rounds. Unfortunately, some teams didn't do so well to start. Others, like you said, Mr. Dachi's team is 3-0.
Is it possible to get to the stalemate game? It was the only draw of the tournament so far. It's 6 versus 10.
I think I can pull it up, and here it is.
The only draw. I don't know how it happened. I just saw the final position.
Let's go back. White is White is completely winning.
Oh yeah.
That's nasty. That's just nasty. Oh, and it missed rook takes now. Right? Rook takes is a draw.
Rook takes G3 check is a yeah.
And then this, and then played rook E3 when you could just play rook takes G3. No.
Yeah, rook takes F2 is just an immediate draw.
No way.
Wow.
It should have just taken on G3 or yes on F2, and that would have done the job. Rook F2 is better because obviously white might move out. Oh, wait a second. This move, allows something like this, and white is still up. But your move, rook F2, but they had it the first time in this position.
Yeah.
But wait.
Yeah, rook G3 here is probably a draw because the H pawn's going to hang at the end.
Yep. You can also play rook here, threatening push, but this doesn't win. I mean, this doesn't draw. Why doesn't this draw?
I don't know, maybe. Yeah, it's funny. King G2, Rook G3 check is funny.
Uh-huh. That doesn't do it. I don't see the win.
Maybe Rook B8 so we can check twice and take on G3.
Gotcha. Good point. Takes, but takes, check doesn't lead anywhere. So again, the king cannot get back in time. This is a rich ending.
Yeah, actually, pushing the B pawn, I think, just wins because the king has nowhere to hide. Yeah, just pushing the pawn to B7.
And then that. Right, because this is the main point, that this, and you can't play here because of that. Amazing. Actually, precision required in this moment. But here, you could have also played rook here. And that would have been the saving grace.
Right. So black was drawing, and then after rook E3, white just has to not take the rook. But white took the rook.
This is a fascinating endgame. So here, the move rook F3 was played.
Yeah, H4 is really bad because it sets up so many stalemates.
Correct.
White should just play rook B5 check and then take the pawn on G4.
And then go like that, and that's game. Instead, white said pawn, and then the pawn had to be pushed. And that allows this.
That's the only legal pawn move. That's funny, yeah.
And this check actually loses, as we mentioned. Rook here now loses. I'm so fascinated by this endgame for the same reason that rook here. Now, king takes, push, king back, push, and you're going to get a rook check. And there's no place for this king to hide. So that's interesting. So again, rook down, takes, push. And if you play this move, you're just one. But look at this. Push here. This is the draw I just found. This position. And you can't eject the king. So
right.
Here's a fantastic position. What does white do here?
I think there's mate. Rook H8's mate.
Yeah, that would be kind of deep. We'll walk into that. Which means right here, if this position, this check, you must not play this move. Because suddenly you hide.
Yeah, now king H3 is okay. So, you have to play
so
king
white
G3.
has to actually, on this check, play back. These subtleties, I mean, rook and pawn endings are rich. They're mathematical in many ways, but look how rich that was, just the nuances of the timing for every single move.
Maurice and I want to give a shout out to Samuel Steg, who donated $25 to the charity. Thanks, Samuel. And thanks to everybody who's donating to this charity stream for a good cause. And thanks for watching and watching the great chess with us.
This was instructive, man. This one was another one of those instructive ones. Some of these games lead to interesting positions worth looking at. Pawn takes, though, that's a hot mess to actually take the rook in this position. And when you could easily lift this. I mean, it's one trick, right? Just lift the stalemate. Then the trick's gone forever. That should not have been a draw. But time pressure with only 14 seconds left, and white panicked and took the rook.
It's funny, when white said pawn in this position, I think F3 has some winning chances.
Well, he's got more winning chances than pawn takes, I can tell you that.
Right, because after F4, rook takes G3 check still draws. But F3 might give him some winning chances.
Make that point. F4 takes, and you simply cannot capture. And white will be ditching pawns in this position with the B pawn not being advanced enough. But F3 definitely keeps chances alive. Not a move we'd like to play, but here now black could
take. It's the best you can do when your partner says pawn.
Correct. Didn't want to give up a pawn, but you're up two of them. So after this capture, you can just bring your rook down and you're back in business. And if pawn takes, then you yourself have two connected passers here. Stalemate's lifted. And so you have three pass pawns, and black is busted. And even this check driving the king backwards and takes will lead nowhere, as again, two connected passers on this side should do the job. Maybe rook f6. And if this move, I think I'll play this check and drive
Yeah, I
you
like
back.
rook g6 check. Yeah.
And then too many.
Once we play b6 and h5, I don't know where the king goes here, but
it really doesn't matter. You're
not
toast.
a lot of good choices.
No, this is toast city. Fascinating, those end games. People, if you don't study your end games, then too bad for you when you don't do well and lose games that you have worked so hard to try to win. You can spend a long, long time in a game. You spend, especially nowadays with quicker time controls. Ben, did you see that game that Pragnananda drew against Wesley So in
yes, I was shocked. Yeah.
2 pawns up. I know it was bishop opposite color ending, but 2 pawns up with so many wins. And again, somebody who's 2750 can get into time pressure. And if you're not feeling your end games like a Magnus Carlsen, like a Anatoly Karpov, like a Capablanca, and you just think, I'll figure it out. But clock, your time is ticking and you're under pressure. You know, he would find a vicious tactic. You say mate in 4, bam, he'd just find it. If you said win of a piece, boom, he'd find it. But those end games that you got to massage to have the ability to just flow, like you see Magnus just put it up, put it down, pick it up, put it down, just have that technique. If you haven't really studied your end games, that doesn't come easy when the clock is ticking. And that cost him a big game. He would have vaulted into, what was it, a tie for second? Or maybe it was clear second place if he had won that game against Wesley So. And he was also entered or re-entered the top 10 in the world. And instead, he blew the game, and he must just be disgusted with himself.
And we have current standings on the stream here. Got a two-way tie for first, it looks like. Mr. Dodgy and Chess Attitude.
All right. So exciting games to look at. Mr. Dodgy, what number is Mr. Dodgy?
7. Or wait a minute. No, that's not Dodgy. Oh, that was like his pairing number, so that doesn't help. He was the one who won the last game with that bishop versus knight end game.
All right, some games are populating the feed right now, jumping in, and we see. All right, we see Access again, and Business.
Oh, Dodgy is 8. Okay.
Yes, kids here. And the games have begun. Bishop c4 against the Sicilian. Not the most recommended line, but just about anything is playable in chess. So let's see how this game goes. Many other games being played, of course. Knight c3. I'd like to see a leader game, Ben. Which game should I go to if it's to see the leader? 8, you said?
Yeah, 8 is tied for first, and I assume their opponent's also tied for first.
All right, they have
I could be assuming wrong. They're playing 12-8. Let's see. Yeah, Chess Attitude is tied for first with Mr. Dodgy.
Are they playing each other right now?
I would assume so, but I'll let our producer check on that.
No. All right. Well, we'll see.
Yes, they're playing right now, he said.
They're playing. So this is 3 against 3, 2 wonderful teams playing so far. And the way this Grunfeld started, or what seems like it will end up as a Grunfeld, is not quite the best sequence.
No.
As G6 was played on move 2. But White didn't try to punish. White is just now developing pieces. And now we do have, as we see here, this bishop f4 line of the Grunfeld with the move c6. So hyper solid stuff. We expect to see bishop g7 followed by castles. And White will probably play knight f3 and just develop some pieces quite naturally here. So these are 2 of the best teams. They're both at 3-0, looking to maintain their perfect score. And we're hearing some voices as well. Knight out, not castling just yet,
Pawn.
just developing pieces in the
queen.
position. And I think I heard queen, so queen c2 played. I would expect.
Yeah, both sides playing very solid. Nobody's
Pawn.
playing aggressive yet.
I just heard, I think, pawn, which I'm guessing means pawn takes pawn. A6. Ultra sophisticated
Bishop.
in this position. Maybe taking on d5 was the best move right there. And there was some tricks. Rubinstein fell for a bishop c7 actually twice and got his queen trapped long
King.
time ago. There might have been a hidden trick there if white had taken on d5
Pawn.
and black had taken back with the knight.
Yeah, the reason Maurice and I know about this Rubinstein games is we were there watching live.
Yeah, right.
So we remember. It was like yesterday.
I'll make this point that pawn takes, knight takes is the trap I was talking about, and this
Knight.
move would be a problem, but that did not happen. Let's just get to
Bishop.
the game position. H4, hyper aggressive play, and after knight h5, bishop back to h2, and white is looking to castle queenside, and bam, bam, thank you, ma'am. So this game is definitely
Pawn.
brewing with all kinds of excitement. I'm not sure that attack is good,
I can't wait for G4.
Knight.
G4.
but there it
Yay.
goes on the board, and we've
Pawn.
got a barn burner. Right back, and white instead of dealing with the pawn on g4,
Knight.
white played h5. Not sure I would have allowed knight
Pawn.
takes, but there's some sacrifices possible, and boom, knight takes, and we're going to see the file open. Will we see queen bishop takes g6 happen also?
I hope so.
I mean, this is turned into some super duper excitement. This is pure aggression.
Bishop.
And now bishop takes I heard bishop is what I heard.
So bishop at G3, bishop F4, bishop G6.
It's got white is now pondering, should they go all in and take on g6? Will it be a valid sack? Boom, it has happened.
Wow,
Absolutely.
and black didn't accept. Black said rook.
I'm not sure that was
King.
you
Ooh,
had to
that's
take
not a
that
good
beat.
move.
Now you're going to get
Ooh.
smoked.
Ooh, that's
White's
not good.
ultra aggression is paying off big time. Wow.
Knight.
Yeah.
And we see the
Knight.
king move.
Oh, white's
And now
gonna
we hear knight, and knight h4 threatens a nasty knight g6 possibility. Actually, knight h4, rook f2, and then bishop somewhere threatens knight
Yeah,
g6.
knight G5 looks good too. There's too many good moves.
I wouldn't argue. And knight g5 was played, and that looks winning. I agree. Threats like bishop to g8 are on tap with a queen h7 mate possibility. But what about rook f2? What you got?
I
Oh,
gotta
rook
play
F2.
rook F2. I gotta get some counterplay.
But rook f2 looks like bishop c7. Am I totally crazy?
I'm too old for that.
Yeah, bishop c7, queen f8 is playable and sport. No, but I think yeah. Rook f2. Okay, what? Knight g5, knight f2 was played. Rook f2. I wanted to play this crazy move. The point being that queen takes can be bit by that guy, and then we mate.
Wow,
that was what I wanted. But rook takes f2 can be bishop c7. I was struggling with some kind of queen move, but I should be mating here. Maybe like
yeah,
this.
and queen h7 is
Queen
coming next.
h7,
move.
yeah. So bishop c7 would have been a shot against rook f2. Apparently they saw it, Ben, because after knight g5, they decided to play knight f2. Although I don't. Oh yeah, because the rook's on the board now. But I should be able to do a number of moves to win. And what was played? What? After all that hyper aggression, you just go win a piece? Come on. Bishop g8 looked crushing in that position.
Mm-hmm.
And now desperation on black's part as white has just been playing.
Ooh, attacking the knight on g5.
Animal. My gosh, look at
This
these
game's too
moves.
exciting.
This game is sick. Oh, man. Guarding the knight. White has just all kinds of pressure over there. Is rook, oh no, and rook f6.
And White's playing so quickly.
Yeah, White's dropping bombs, and they're just brilliant ones. Queen G6 is a great move, guarding the knight on G. And White said queen. Queen F6. Wait a minute now. Hoping for some little trickies, but knight D3 is not a threat because of queen takes. Oh, but then you can play queen takes on G5. What's the kicker here?
All these pieces are attacked.
Knight.
I'm not even sure what actually is the best move here. White is definitely winning somehow, but what's the best move? And I heard knight so queen H5 was played, and knight D3, a blunder allowing.
Ooh, I can take it with check. Oh no!
Bishop takes D3 with check.
Oh no!
The complications got to be too much, and not played king.
No, well, White said king. There's nothing the other. Yeah, king
There's
also
nothing to do with. But thankfully, White is
also winning.
This game was crazy. Not the most accurate game in the world. So we see that they're just playing with pure instinct and not necessarily calculating everything down to the end. But White is still winning. There's not much that Black can do in this position. Queen to H6 now loses to a rook trade, followed by knight F7.
Knight F7, yeah.
And that's going to be ugly.
Knight.
And the trade happened, and now I heard knight. And knight.
Yeah, Rihanna doesn't feel like this is the most accurate game in the world. The most accurate game you'll ever know.
And bam, there it is.
And Black's pieces are disappearing.
And now it's time to take that knight on D3, although maybe you might throw in a queen F7 check actually first. That king takes, and that's
a queen for a piece.
All the smoke is cleared. What a game, Ben. What a game.
Yeah.
This was insanity. There could have been so many beautiful variations that transpired, but this game, I like my mating line though with bishop C7.
Nice.
Yeah, that was nice with knight F7 mate coming.
That was kind of cool.
Hey, we got a big donation from Chess Arbiters. $50. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all the donations. These kids are showing you what they could do. They're showing you their abilities when supported, the kind of things they can do, the kind of moves they can make. We've seen spectacular ideas played so far in these games, and it's just talent everywhere. So it's anything you can do, no matter how small, it is absolutely going to be felt. And here it comes. Rook takes check, king moves out of the way, and nothing to do about it. Queen takes on H6, and White's going to go to 4-0. That is a tremendous start, as White is playing some serious chess here. Black has got nothing real to do. Close to resignation. Mate is knocking.
Yeah, mate's coming. Let's see. None of the games are over yet, but some people have winning positions.
Takes, and it's mate on the next move after the king moves.
Queen.
And mate.
And that's it.
That was a wild game. One of my favorite games, for sure. The way the aggression.
Hey, we have to give a big shout out, Maurice. We had a $1,000 donation.
Wow.
From Brian G.
We are so appreciative of
Thanks,
that
Byron
donation, Ryan G. Thank you so much for sharing. That is the kind of thing that we tell you. It just goes such a long way. That is a beautiful.
He said his nickname is OG. Wow.
Well, OG, we appreciate it.
OG. Wow.
We appreciate that OG who's showing the love for the kids. And that is just absolutely generous as you see such brilliant chess and a brilliant cause. We very much appreciate it, OG. From two OGs on the screen to OG sitting there, we really appreciate you. Thank you very much. Indeed. Any little bit helps. Whatever you can give absolutely helps. And let's see, were there any other games that caught your eye? Or are there games going on? Let's get to the thick of it. This one, no. Whoa, this one looks wild. What is this?
Black
What
won on
the
time on
heck?
move like 15 in one of the games.
Okay, that last move was a mistake in the craziness. White has 2 minutes. White has 2 minutes, and Black has only 33 seconds. So though Black has an edge here materially, this is not easy.
No, nothing's easy with 30 seconds. That just hangs the knight.
Why did you hang a knight? Why did the rook go to G5? I'm sure that's not what White meant.
Yeah,
when
White
they
wasn't
said rook.
thinking rook G5.
White was not thinking rook G5. Whoever the businessman is on this one, Spank,
He's getting
please.
the business end of it. Yeah.
Oh man, how did you play rook G5 and hang their piece? All right, well, it's desperation time. This one's just ugly. Maybe they won't see the queens hanging, maybe. Yeah, right.
Something like that.
Yeah, we doubt it. And now it's time. Looks like you've got to trade rooks, or maybe just move your rook away and hope that somehow two rooks can fight back, or maybe knight E3, allowing queen A1. There's nothing I like about this position. G6, by the way, G6 and bishop H6 is coming at some point. I don't think trading, though, was a good idea. Like, now you have 0 to play for. Not that you were playing for.
Yeah, now Black's time disadvantage isn't so bad. 30 seconds is plenty to win this position.
Exactly. Now you got to bring a knight in the game. So looked like knight E3 was the best thing to do, but we're just splitting hairs now, given that the position is just bad all around. That's a pawn I'm taking, by the way. That pawn has to be taken. Like, whatever happens next, let's just snap it. Because a pass pawn could become a distraction to Black. But the time is now equalizing almost, as White has allowed that pawn to stay on the board. Again, it would have been a losing move too, but bringing your king up is not going to answer the problems in the position. And Black can simply, but Black is down to only 17 seconds. Black needs to move. Okay, 18.9
Black
seconds.
is taking too much time. Yeah.
Took a while to just play a straightforward move there. White has some hope as White retreats, and now queen back over, and the big threat of queen to A1 followed by queen takes on A2. That's enough. Just start saying queen. Just keep saying queen for a while. Basically, just do it for at least a couple of moves. Although rook check might force you to move your king, in which case, as soon as the check happens, just say king. There you go. And that ended that. And now you can say, you can almost pre-move queen, pawn, pawn, Ben.
Yeah. Yeah, this is looking bad for White. Black's got 30 seconds again.
How do you pre-move in hand and brain?
It's not easy. And now Black's actually almost caught up on time. Yeah, so queen C3 check should do it. 2 extra queens, no stalemates.
Yeah, that's bad news. Bad news. No, greed. Forget
winning
about
the knight on F5.
Why not? Why not just take a piece when you could do it? Okay, we better queen. We didn't even queen with check. Take the piece. That allows rook D1 and kind of waste our time a little bit. Could have gotten the second queen already. Okay, we know it's over. This is bad. And White is not going to win. White has just no advantage at all on the clock anymore.
Yeah, and White's losing.
Let's go to another game that's in progress.
Sure.
This one is a fight. Oh, this is James Altucher with the black pieces. James is a famous investor and consultant. He famously recommended Bitcoin when Bitcoin was garbage in people's minds. Some may say it's still garbage, but a lot of people made a lot of money off of it, and James was one of them. I hear music.
You probably don't know this, Maurice, but James actually lives quite close to me.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he's in suburban Atlanta also. And I've been to his place a few times. He's been here. He's been on my stream. And about a year ago, I was at the dentist, and the dentist knew I was a chess player and said, "Do you know James Altucher?" And I said, "Yeah, we're friends." And he said, "Oh, yeah, he gives great advice on, financial stuff." And I told James that, and he said, "Yeah, lately I haven't been giving great advice." So my dentist likes James Altucher.
Camera first, and then she got disconnected. But hopefully she's back. She's gonna be back, and Tim,
All
you're
right,
not gonna
we
forget
are
about that.
we are seeing some advances here. A5 played, and this one's exciting. Black is definitely winning.
Black's
Reigning
winning all the
pawn.
games this round. Black's going to go 6-2 again. Black is okay.
Yes, indeed. Black is more than okay in this one. Black just has to organize behind those passed pawns. You can play E6 to keep everything solid. You can play rook here and just start pushing, or bring a rook down, and it's going to be all she wrote. Rook, that any move now consolidating those pawns is as good as any other one. And white is in time pressure, trying to figure out exactly what to do.
It's hard to figure out what to do when there's nothing to do.
That's positional chess. At least you attack a pawn. So rook A8 is what we expect. And there it is on the board. And now it's time for those pawns to roll. D4 is a threat. Okay, you can have that one. If you really, really want my A pawn, you can have it. I'm not even going to play rook back. I'm just going to start pushing. Time to go. Okay.
Greedy.
Greed, indeed. You get nothing. You get nothing. I can't hate
white
it for
doesn't
that
have
one.
any counterplay.
White has three pieces on a pawn that it can't capture, and these guys are going to advance down the board.
Thanks to everybody who's donating to the charity here. You guys are doing a good job. We enjoy bringing this coverage to you, and we like when you help out the charities of choice.
Pawn.
Rook.
3 seconds.
Pawn.
White is down to only 8 seconds, and those pawns are flying down the board. This is over.
Rook.
Rook.
James is playing very solid, giving white nothing.
Rook.
King.
Ooh, King F1.
Queen.
Again, just devastating the queen, the
Threatening
rooks,
mate.
the pawns, a mate threat. This is just a crush all around. But Black still hasn't closed the job, and Black is down also to only 7 seconds. Black's got to hurry up.
King.
Yeah.
Queen.
King.
Y'all play faster than that, James.
They haven't figured it out yet.
King.
They just haven't figured it out. And now down to only 4 seconds. 3. You've got to move. You've got to figure it out. He hasn't,
Rook.
maybe rook A4 and push. There it is. And now the
King.
D4 move is about to happen. And
Queen.
D4, just play it.
King.
It's too exciting.
Queen.
Yeah, Queen B2 is annoying.
Rook.
Queen B2 is a great
Rook
move.
C2 is a good
indeed.
move if they find
that
it.
will do the job.
Red Rook.
Rook C2.
Yeah, that was good.
only move.
Rook.
Rook.
By the way, queen takes rook was better than queen takes queen in that position.
That's right.
King.
Yeah.
But this is also winning. No, but now you give away your A pawn.
Yeah, and white didn't take it. White said
And white
king.
didn't take it, but now rook to B2, rook to B3, and this should be all she wrote, because rook to B2, if you try to keep your rook, rook to B2 is next, and that's going to be problematic.
Rook.
Or this. This will do it.
Pawn.
King.
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 Black should not lose on time, but the
King.
game has taken way too long compared to the advantage
Yeah.
that Black had throughout. This should not have lasted this long.
What a torture. It's still white's getting tortured.
Black now up to 20 seconds,
King.
19. You can bring the king in, and then you can start pushing pawns. C3 is devastating here.
Pawn.
Or E5. No, they all work.
Everything's good. Yeah, black has enough time now.
Pawn.
Pawn.
Yeah, black's gaining time on the clock.
Pawn.
Yeah,
That rook
no
on
fun
A2
for
just
white.
paints such a bad picture that you're going to run out of moves really easily. And there goes C3 again, D3 to follow. This
Boy,
is
after
all over
C3,
by
white's
the
going to
time.
be PO'd.
King.
There are no stalemate tricks anywhere, nothing.
King.
Pawn.
Pawn.
King.
Pawn.
It's close to a stalemate, just a little bit close. If only that H pawn weren't on the board, you might be able to dream about some kind of stalemate trick. Yeah, not gonna help. If you
All right, time for
Here it
stalemate,
is.
except D2 check is queening.
And this
Yeah, there's no stalemates.
now there's a stalemate. It's made in two.
King.
What are the odds of a
or
stalemate
queen A2?
now?
I predict C1.
Good game, you guys.
Good game.
All right, guys. Good.
Congratulations.
Another round with 6 black wins and 2 white wins. And we have a clear leader now.
And that leader let's get back
Is very
here.
dodgy.
Dodgy's leading again, 4-0. And let us Dodgy was 8, right?
Yeah.
So it was this mate that we saw from Dodgy. Were there any other interesting games, however? Let's see. I see some
All the games
beatdown
ended
finishes.
early.
That's a nasty mate that chess to change 9 did on access. That was the stalemate game. Extra rook. This one is odd. White won on
Yeah,
time.
white won on time. Yeah. And black's
Unfortunately,
winning.
yeah, black is doing extremely well, but white won on time in this one. That's sad when that happens.
Yeah.
And this one also a win on time. So some of these internet connections must be playing tricks and stuff, or maybe they just haven't coordinated
hope.
well yet as a team. Because some of these games, like this one, also was on time. Too many games on time. That's something might have happened this round. Some kind of glitch.
I think the players are getting tired now, so they're slowing down. That's hand and brain takes a lot of energy. I think more than just a regular chess game, because you gotta figure out what you're thinking, figure out what your partner's thinking, and it's blitz chess, and you're playing nonstop. I think it gets exhausting after a while. I know I do.
Yeah, and we commentators do as well. If I'm going to ask the producer for us to get a final break, there has been 4 games so far. We got 1 round to go. Mr. Dodgy leading, clear first, 4-0. Will somebody be able to take them down in the final round and maybe catch up and see who's the actual winner of this chess to change event? Again, we thank you for all of you who've been donating. There is no donation too small. If you can find it in your hearts to give, these kids are playing chess, as you can see, in just great level. And it is for a worthy cause. So whatever you can give, we really appreciate it. And we'll be back in just a minute for the final round of this event. Don't go anywhere.
Yes. Amazing.
Kennedy, you might have lost, but you won our hearts.
I thought the national team would be better than this.
Julie, how many times do I have to tell you chess is about long-term strategy, not quick gains, just like life.
Like always, the girls have to save the boys.
Wow.
Chess has given me an identity, helped me to stay positive through all the challenges, opened doors, made me friends, and improved my problem-solving skills, which has really helped me in school. I really like the fact that everyone can play chess, no matter the background, tribe, gender, or age.
Born and raised in Mukuru, Kwanjenga slum, the young chess enthusiast is slowly but surely playing his way to a better life. Isaiah's fervor for a game that is widely considered an elite sport for chosen few has resulted in major life changes. Key among them, elevating his family's living conditions.
When we saw the board, everyone was saying like, it is checkers, it is drafts, you see. But like that was my first time I saw chess. But at first I did not gain that interest. Like I was just playing it for fun, but I started playing serious chess when I went, when I attended my first tournament at Makini.
That was in 2016. The same year Isaiah's fortunes began to change for the better. The fourth-born child in a family of 4 boys and 2 girls had already captured the attention of the then Chess Kenya Federation chairperson Githinji Hinga for his outstanding charm and passion for the game. Hinga, who is one of the top Kenyan chess players, introduced Isaiah to Pontus Carlson, a chess grandmaster who had visited the country.
When I saw Isaiah, when I met him, I saw this combo of the skills. To be honest, I saw myself a bit in the young man, and then you see that I'm doing well. So then I think he can be next.
It is that unique character that resulted to the Swedish grandmaster taking the young Kenyan chess player as his protege. With time, the mentorship has even extended beyond the game.
Fast forward to this year with the corona outbreak and everything, and Pontus was really concerned about the plight of this young man. The idea was to get him to a more comfortable place, of course, like to get him a computer in the setting that they are living in the, and also the cramped conditions that they were in. We had to uplift the entire family.
Raising my family from a lower background to a higher background, and right now like all of my family members are very happy, and this like was my lifetime goal, to make my family members happy.
Hello, once again, everyone. I am GM Maurice Ashley, along with Grandmaster Ben Finegold, and we are in round 5 of the qualifiers of this wonderful event, Chess to Change, a charity helping kids all over the world, where a lot of business people get involved and help support. And we are looking forward. We've already had great support so far. I know you might be seeing a strange number on your screen. I think it's something like $130. A lot more has been given. That bar is not correct. I think at the moment we're up to something like 2,500. We had a great donation of $1,000 from OG. Ryan G said his nickname is OG, and we said from one OG to the other. Indeed, thank you so much. Well, let's get right to this game, and it is James Altucher's team. James Altucher, famous investor, playing with the white pieces and playing against Mr. Dodgy, who many of you may follow online, always has some great tweets. And here, Mr. Dodgy with black having 4 points, his team, and tied for second is James with Perpetual Podcast. This is a solid position, and this is how they've gotten to this point, by playing very solid openings and making sure that they're going to make some obvious blunders. Not exactly your most ambitious play, by the way, with white, Ben. Seems like a solid position for black so far.
Yeah, white's playing in a very solid way, not going for a big advantage right away. And Dodgy's team is playing extremely quickly, only using 13 seconds so far. I think that's maybe their plan before the event was to get a big advantage on the clock and hope that their opponents would blunder later in the game.
Listen, it's easy to say you are going to move fast, right? It's another thing to do it and play good moves.
That's right.
As fast as they've been playing. By the way, on James's team, James Altucher's team, is Mercy Ingado of Kenya. She is playing on the Olympic team for Kenya, this young lady. So you can understand why they are doing well to this point. Trying to find Mr. Dodgy's teammate and checking here. Of the 16, you got to help me out, Ben, because I don't see Mr. Dodgy's name on our list. So maybe our producer can help us as to find out. Maybe he was a last minute replacement. So let's see how the game is going. Whatever he was, they're doing quite well. So let's see here, as white has established a knight on e5, could actually get the 2 bishops with knight takes and does so pretty quickly. Many people think knights and bishops, what's the difference? Well, bishops are pretty tough, bishops are tough. You got to be careful when you just trade off a bishop for a knight. You can't just ignore that when you're playing chess, because bishops, if the game opens up, bishops can do work. At the moment, this bishop is not saying much back. Neither bishop really doing much. The game would have to open up for the bishops to have any real opportunities. But we do see a mate threat. And that was spotted quite quickly. Yes, indeed. Not a blunder here. And black should be okay, though. Black's pretty solid. The bishops aren't doing so much damage. So we're not seeing any threats, and we're seeing quick moves, although white is a little bit down on the clock at 319.
Yeah, black is still playing incredibly quickly. And that position's about equal. Obviously, we're grandmasters, so we take white because we like bishops. But I think in blitz chess, knights are pretty tricky also. So I think both sides are happy with their positions right now.
Pretty solid. No obvious blunders. There's only one open file, and they both occupy it. That is the C line. So that's really nothing here, but trades would happen along this line. So that gives you no real advantage. The problem is there is no easy pawn breaks. E4 does not look like a move white wants to play, because then this D pawn becomes isolated and weak. Plus, you'd have to give up your bishop for this knight. And this bishop looks much better along this diagonal than this one that is blocked by its own pawn. So you're not going to play for E4. What do you do as white here? And white's time is ticking down. Now 2 minutes behind on the clock. as
Wow.
Black's strategy has worked to perfection. Solid position, time advantage, no real threats, but no real weaknesses either. So definitely, and now the move H5, just as I spoke about no real weaknesses, that's an absolutely aggressive move by Black. Nothing wrong with it against the Finegold formation, especially with no bishop sitting over here. But you got to be careful how far this pawn goes down the board. So that is a kind of a feint of a threat of a maybe, and it cost White some time on the clock before White finally played. So 2-minute edge for Black, and Black can play very easily here. Knight G4, for example, if you want to, just to keep the game solid. Queen to E6. Black is an animal. I like the way Black thinks. Just even if this is not going to work out, even if this is easy to defend, make White think about it. That's 15 seconds. It's just cost White to look over to the right-hand side and go, wait a minute, are they trying to mate me? And you see the time tick down. So that's important to keep those threats brewing. Of course, Black has run out of threats. Like, there's nothing real to do here. So the question is, what do you do and how quickly can you do it to once more keep with your strategy of forcing White to think? As soon as I said it, Black found a threat. Black found a threat. Just queen there. Something's not. Now, I don't recommend this kind of chess, by the way. Make a move where your opponent can then make a solid move, even a good move, in return, like a B4 and be protected. And there you go. So Black is feinting these threats, but they're not leading anywhere. Matter of fact, you have now allowed White to play rook to C5 by forcing the pawn forward. So White will play a move like this, and that's a great square for the rook. And now the queen moving out the way again. Rook C5 here can be a strong move, in my opinion, although knight D7.
Yeah, I think that's why Black played Queen E6 to defend the D pawn so that they can play the move Knight D7 and kick the rook out.
Agreed. Knight D7 here should be the move you play. Since B6 would weaken the A6 pawn, so you don't want to do that because you've got the line up here, but that's a good way to chase the rook away. All right, Black bravely plays rook C6 and allows a doubling, which White quickly does in the position, and now both sides have doubled. Can White play B5 and really cause the game to explode?
Yeah, I think if White moves around doing nothing like they've been doing the last 10 moves, at some point, the time situation is going to be treacherous for White. So I think this is a time for White to move forward. A4 is a good start, I think, and make something happen so that the game is not going to end on move 90 with White being in time trouble the last 40 moves, and get something accomplished here.
I don't think it's getting
about
to move
equal,
90.
but
I don't think it's getting to move 90. I think White's going to be in time pressure before move 40 or 50. 40 might be my guess. And now this is the problem by not playing B5, allowing this move. Now it looks like it's trade time. Something's going to happen on the C file, and there goes one pair of rooks. And I think there'll be a second pair of rooks dropping off the board as well. And then White can play B5, though. White will be able to play B5, and that should give White something small as the bishops are, again, looking for something to do. But you need to do it now. Like that, okay, B5 right away. Not a bad choice either. Not allowing the queen to take over the C file. So that followed by bishop takes. And we've got an interesting position where if I had to take anyone again, as you said, Ben, I would take White.
Yeah, I prefer White's position. Also, I obviously don't look like the clock times. It's like White is speeding up a little bit.
Still bad though.
Yeah,
2 minutes.
Black is just playing super fast this game.
And now the knight may think about the C4 square. Maybe. Queen C2.
Yeah, White wants to play Queen C7 and infiltrate.
Yeah, right about now, you got to pay attention to any moves like that. And this move, that gives up the C4 square. I'm not sure that was a good idea. A5.
Yeah, I was thinking A5.
Pushes you back. And now White. Okay, this may not be a bad idea either, but I really liked a5. I loved the fact that, wait a minute. Okay, now this I didn't expect a pushback to happen. And black has to be really careful now as white is starting to try to take over the initiative in this position.
Yeah, the question is, can white get anywhere and move forward now? And what kind of ending is it if black plays bishop f8?
Okay, but
Or if black
a5
just chills, can I play bishop b4 to a5? Can I play a5 now?
Well, bishop f8, I would not want to play the pure bishop versus knight ending if I were white, just instinctively, because it looks like bishop f8 trading off everything and then dropping a knight back to d6 would be enough. So white decided to avoid any kind of endgame. White's down to 27 seconds, though. Black is defending. And defense is such an important skill in chess, just the art of keeping the game going and not giving any easy moves to your opponent. And here we see black is doing just that. And now the rerouting of the knight to greener pastures. I mean, both sides playing well, but black doing it quickly.
Yeah, I still like white's position. I have a slight preference, but if I have to look at the clock times, I'm going to take black. I do like this knight c8 to d6 rerouting. Black played b6.
Wow, that's
gives the c6 square away.
That's a concession, but not that it's again the worst thing in the world. I need bishop f8 like yesterday. This bishop on g7 is doing nothing, and now a problem, a big problem.
A bishop a6 just wins a pawn, I guess.
Or queen a8 also looks problematic.
Queen a8 looks good. Yeah.
I mean, there's different moves here, but bishop a6 played.
Everything looks good for white. King h7,
now,
undefending f7. That's terrible.
That was just not a good move. And now you can snap this thing off. You could have also played queen b7, maybe would have been an interesting move. But now it's just a free pawn, and white has a plan. Move the bishop.
Yes.
And you need, as black, I don't know what this last move was. Queen f6 was not working. After bishop to d3, shutting the door on the white queen. On the black queen, but now allowed instead bishop b5 has allowed queen to f5, and black has a little bit of an annoying counterplay here. Still winning for white, but you're gonna have to protect properly. King g1. It looks like white's gonna play bishop f1, and that will shut down any long-term counterplay. I would say bishop f1 now. If repeating moves, maybe gaining some time.
Trying to gain some time on the clock, maybe.
Okay. Or maybe white white really wants bishop f1. That's the point. Play this move. And now you can go about your business of pushing that a pawn, and the bishop does not get back fast enough. Queen b5, and you get in a5, a6, even queen b7. This is a problem for black. How do you defend the dark squares? I don't see how you slow this pawn down with your bishop.
No, white's just winning here. The only question is, can they play fast enough to keep time on the clock?
This would be
5-second increment's going to help a lot.
This will be the first loss for black in the event. Now, we should point out, this may be round 5, but there are semifinals and finals to come. This is the qualifying stage. Top 4 teams move on. And lucky for Mr. Dodgy's team that he's already got 4-0, so he's going to be one of the top teams. But here, this is a takedown of the leader, and there's nothing to do. Those quick moves earlier, Ben, now you see why they can be a problem.
Yeah. I want to give a shout out. We found out that Mr. Dodgy's teammate is Fentalis Nduda, and want to give a shout out to Ruben Pierce for a $100 donation.
Thank you.
Cody Bordelon for $50 donation. And also to Judith Satare and John Olfer, who donated $50 each. Thanks to everyone who's supporting the stream and supporting the charity and giving a donation and helping out in any way you can to support this great organization.
Look at this. James blinked. James Altucher blinked. Queen was said. queen was set, and instead of playing queen b7, he started worrying about potential counterplay, and he played queen to e2. He hasn't thrown away his advantage completely, but he could have just played queen b7, and the counterplay wasn't real because you were hitting the f7 pawn. Instead, he played queen e2 and has to restart the win in this position. It looks like queen b8, a7, a8 queens is a problem. But look, black trying to fix the pawn on f2 again. Queen b8 is met by bishop to d2.
Well, I like this
Again,
queen
with the
c7
idea.
move or queen e5 move, attacking
now
f7 and defending f2.
But how do you push
Queen.
the pawn? How do you push your pawn? This is the problem. You have to get a way to push your a pawn. And that's why queen b7 a long time ago would have been just fine. Now we're back to this, but this does allow bishop to d2. And it's clearly winning. But look at this. This is the counterplay he was afraid of, and now he's allowed it under worse circumstances. And now he's coming back around because he cannot figure out a way to push his a pawn.
Queen.
That should have been on a7 a long time ago, but all we're doing here is just repeating moves.
That's right.
In fact, how
White has to figure out a way to somehow defend f2 and get his pawn going. And with the time situation, they just can't do it.
And look at this. Another wasted move, and bishop to e1 is a major achievement for black in this position. And how do you win?
Queen.
I'm not even sure how to win anymore.
Here.
This was going to be an upset. Now it looks as though black is going to hold, even though white must be winning somehow. Just this extra pawn should be enough, but how do you win? King g2 here is met by a waiting move, king back. That queen move does nothing to advance the cause, and white does not know what to do.
I think white wants to play queen e2 and then push the a pawn and the bishop is attacked.
That makes, but
actually a reasonable plan.
That is a reasonable plan.
Never play f6.
Six.
Yeah, queen e. Oh, didn't play queen e2.
Okay, now the king is more exposed than ever, but f2 is still hanging, and you will have to play for this idea of what you said, Ben. The idea. Wait a minute. Okay, wait. Queen c7 looks devastating. This changed the whole picture, maybe. But king back, and you still have to deal with queen f2. I am completely wrong. There's no way to get what you need. In fact, queen b7 was a big mistake if you played it. What do you do now? You have to continue checking, and now you have to play your queen back with check, and the king goes back, and you're still in the original position, and you have to get your queen back to e2. So white has to reset, and
this could get close to repetition.
Okay. This is not the
This is
moment.
going to be drama repetition, I think, after king g7.
No, f6 was played, so it's not a repetition yet.
Oh, okay.
But not if you play queen
you got to play
c7.
queen f3.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
White threw
Yeah, you
away
got to
the
play queen
game.
f3 to e2.
I had to do it.
To draw.
I had to do it.
Crazy.
I felt we were too low on time.
I mean, you still had to play with queen f3 and keep going. That was
Like what?
not
like
well
here,
finished
if I
there
did-
by white, and I'm sure that his partner is like, what did you do? All right. Are there games still remaining, or was that the last one?
Let's see, round 5. We got one. That was the only draw. That's the only draw that didn't happen by stalemate in this tournament. And all the games are done. Lots of decisive results as usual. And that's the end of the Swiss portion of the event. Now we're going to take the top 4 teams and have semifinals and finals.
So in this position, man, I was talking about all the way back here before the counterplay started. I have to go way back. Right here, even more technically, at this point, when this position happened and black played the move queen f6, you should smell a rat. You should be like, okay, I see what you want.
Bishop d3 just ends it. Yeah.
Just no way you get around. Just don't even think about it. Don't even dream about it. in this position. Although it is actually possible to play this move and try to get your queen on this side after a5, that move. But once again, you're way too slow.
Right.
Bishop is nowhere. So bishop d3 was the move, anticipating the defense. Instead, just bringing the bishop back. This was the first mistake on White's part. And now queen c6.
Queen c6 doesn't make any sense.
Made no sense either. And allowed now the counterplay for a minute. It took White a second to realize this. But now here it comes. This move. And here, it takes 2 moves to get here. Queen here hits the pawn.
Yeah, queen b7 attacks f7. That would just ended the game.
That would have just like, bye, see you tomorrow. You know, this is just devastating. And instead, White played this defensive move, which White later forgot about because now Black kept this going. And then this is when we saw this merry-go-round circus, and White had to protect the pawn. And you were right when you said at least play this and maybe this. And this is going to be a complete difference. You're ejecting the bishop. It's still not that easy. Your king will probably have to move at some point because your queen will leave and then have to come down. It's still not easy to win. Matter of fact, let's try this line. It is Black to move with this move. Let's try to win if Black just wastes time here and play this.
Well, now
move.
queen e2 is just winning right away. Because we have a7. We can play a7 now. Queen a6.
But how do you win if I play some bishop?
Queen a6.
Queen a6. True. Yeah, that's all she wrote. We'd have to sack this, which we don't want to do.
Yeah, that would make the game go on. So
yeah, so Queen e2 would have done it. I believe we have an interview upcoming. I think I heard my producer say interview. We'll just wait till that gets prepared. Some thrilling games, Ben. That I'm still thinking about that rookie 1.
Yeah.
That belongs in a study of some kind. I might have to make one up. And so I believe what we're waiting for is to find out who the top 4 teams are going to be to go into the semis. And then those semifinalists will play, of course, for the right to go to the finals. And that should be really fun. At the moment, I believe Chess to Change, they stood at 4.5. So at worst, they're a tie for first. They're definitely Chess to Change 8, that is Mr. Dodgy's team. I believe with a draw that James Altucher's team probably is through as well.
Yeah, they're in, and Business Meets Chess and Kids is in second. There's a big tie for fourth. I'm just looking at the tie breaks on chess results. I don't know if those are official. If those are official, Perpetual Podcast is going to be the 4th team in.
That's
but there's like 5 or 6 teams tied with 3 wins and 2 losses. So I don't know what tie breaks they're using, so it could be anybody.
All right. Well, we're now going to take an interview with Ray Flemings and Peter. I believe it's McGee is the last name, or is it McKee? Well, let's jump to that interview now. Ray, I know from way, way back, and I'm very surprised to see him playing chess. Do we have Ray on the line? Or we're almost there. Our producer keeps teasing us. Every time he says, it's coming. He says, it's coming, and then it doesn't happen. It's coming. We know it's coming shortly. It's been a wonderful stream so far. Great time with you, Ben. Happy that we finally got together, did some commentary together, and really grateful for those of you who have given just any little bit. I know some have given substantial amount, some have given a little bit less. Any little bit counts, and it's all appreciated. These kids are amazing, and they're showing their stuff on the stream. And here it looks like we got a face coming up, and it's interview time. I see Peter coming up from Morgan & Morgan in Memphis. Peter, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Wonderful. Yes, we can hear you as well. Tell us what team you are on and
Mhm.
And how you guys are doing?
Well, I think we just finished. My partner Alton did great. It was just such a fantastic opportunity to play with some young talent. Really appreciate you, Grandmaster Ashley and Grandmaster Finegold, for doing all this. It's my third year supporting this wonderful group, and I get a sense of community from it. I make friends, and I get to support this game that we love. And so, yeah, we did good, and I'm really proud of Alton. He was a professional today, and he had a terrible hand, and he was dealt a terrible hand, but he did the best he could with it.
Alton, tell us why this is so meaningful for you to be playing on in such an event as this one.
In such an event, first of all, it's very fun. I've enjoyed. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed. My partner was fun, and I think the most important thing is association. I mean, you get to meet new people, and that's how opportunities come. I mean, I wouldn't I wasn't even thinking of a day where I could see Grandmaster Maurice and GM Ben Finegold. I watch him a lot on YouTube. I mean, yeah,
Well,
so this is a
we're watching
very
you now. We're watching you, and so you're the
Yeah, now you're
star
the
among
star. We get to
stars
watch you play chess.
today. How tough was it for you, may I ask, to play this hand and brain? Have you done it before? And how difficult was it for you to really sort of coordinate with your teammate?
no, this is my first time. This is my first time playing this. Yeah, this is my first time. And it's not easy because okay, me and my opponent, we haven't practiced, we haven't had any training sessions. So it was a mix up of openings. Like in the last game where he didn't have much fury on the Sicilian dragon. And so yeah, things got a little bit tricky and
You're being kind. You're being kind.
Oh, he's being very kind.
I'm being kind.
Where are
But
you
yeah,
hailing
all
from,
in
by the
all,
way,
we
Alton?
both had fun. Huh?
Where are you hailing from?
Zambia.
You're in Zambia. Wonderful.
Yes,
Amazing.
Zambia.
Amazing. I
In the
haven't made it
capital
to
city,
Zambia as
Lusaka.
yet in my travels to Africa. I definitely want to put that on the list. Peter, tell us the importance of this event. Why is this event so special?
Well, as an adult, and I'm an adult improver, and to get some sense of community and to support Pontus's wonderful organization, it means a lot. It's just really fun to be out there promoting this type of organization that's out there to do something good for the world. We're supporting people all over just to help bring a lot of love to this game, and it's just a lot of fun. I get so much out of it. It's my third year. I hope to be back again and again, and I hope to have new faces. And so one day I'm going to come for this Ben Johnson guy. All right. I mean, you just let him know, just let him know. And I'll probably finish your geometry course. And then I might finish your advanced fundamentals course. And then I'm watching some Ben Feingold stuff, but I get a lot out of it. So I'm sorry to ramble on.
Not at all. We appreciate you. The fact that you've been here now 3 years shows that you really believe in this program and want to always support it. So it's people like you who really make a difference in the world. So thank you so much. We thank you both for joining us
Thank you very
and
much.
for being a part of this. And Alton, I want to always do some commentary on your game. So just get it done. Get it done. So we do this more regularly. All right.
Yeah, sure.
All right, my Zambian brother. Indeed. Thank you so much, both Alton and Peter, for joining us. Ben,
Thank you very much.
This is indeed wonderful stuff that they do here, and it's when you hear folks like this that you feel happy to be part of this. Why I've been a part of this now for the last couple of years, and I see you jumping in, Ben.
Yeah, in fact, I was a last-minute replacement, and I was recommended by one of the teams, James Alltoucher's team. He recommended that I do commentary with you since we know each other pretty well. And I thought it would be a lot of fun watching the games and seeing how an international charity can bring people together. And we could see some really interesting hand and brain chess. I'm glad that's the format they have, because that means that the game is never over, and it puts a lot of pressure on us and a lot of pressure on the players. Even though it's a charity event, everybody still wants to win, and I think they made the format pretty fun and interesting for the spectators, and hopefully we can raise a lot of money for this organization, which does a great deal for chess players all over the world and supports people getting better at chess and having the ability and the resources to get better at chess. So it's a great event, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
Well said, indeed. It is a great event. And again, my brain is still blown from a few of the moves we saw happen, especially that rookie one. I can't wait to really finish talking and digest that move, because it's one of the best moves I've seen in a while. It was just so spectacular landing on the board. If you missed it, man, you'll probably see it somewhere else. Check out my Twitter feed, because I had to post that one. Absolutely, Rook E1 was just brilliant earlier. But to be a part of this, supporting this cause, supporting Pontus Carlson for the work that he's doing, supporting the young people, you just heard testimony there about why this is so special. And you have a chance to make a big difference. No matter how small the gift, I don't care if it's $2, no matter how small the gift, just for a cup of coffee, you can really change someone's potential, someone's life. You can see very concretely how happy these young people are to be participating in events like this, how thrilled they are. And it just doesn't take that much. That's what's so great. You know, just a quick press donate button and bam, just a little bit, whatever you can think of. You might think, oh, this is too little, somebody else is giving a lot. No, any little bit makes a difference, because when we all come together, that's how we make change. And so Chess to Change is changing lives all over the world. You can help make a difference. I know the games are going to be starting soon. They're working out all the tie breaks. Do you know who the fourth team is? I think we know
I do have
teams.
I do have the pairings, Maurice, and
Tell
that was
us.
very well said. Thanks for saying that, and hopefully people will support the charity. Mr. Dodgy's team is playing Perpetual Chess Podcast. That's Ben Johnson, who we both know, and Business Meets Chess and Kids is playing the James Altucher team. Actually, all four teams had different scores. Mr. Dodgy's team had 4.5 out of 5. Business Meets Chess and Kids had 4 out of 5. Altucher had 3.5 out of 5. And Perpetual Chess Podcast was the one team with 3 out of 5 that made it via tie breaks.
Snuck in. Well, you know what's great about the playoffs, right?
It's playoffs.
All scores go out the window. But who cares? I don't care if you were the best team all the way through. I remember, I just shout out to my New York Giants when the Patriots were perfect. We're perfect. 16-0. 16-0. They beat us the last game of the season, the regular season, that is. But guess who won the Super Bowl? Yes,
Eli
indeed.
Manning. Go Manning.
Yes, indeed. Eli Manning. And who can ever forget David Tyree with the helmet catch, the catch on the helmet. Oh, that was so beautiful. Oh, I'll never forget that one. So yes, nobody cares how you did in the regular part of the competition, the preview to the real deal. Okay. That's nothing. Now everybody's all even again, and we get the semifinals and the finals. This is my favorite format for chess. I'm gonna tell you, bar none. You know, I like match it tournaments. Yeah, you know, you play 9 rounds. You might have a couple of draws. Whatever. My favorite thing about any competition is when it goes to the playoffs. Playoffs, indeed. And we get it right here. And now we get a game going already. We see Business Meet Chess playing against the Altucher team, and they are off. This is the semifinals, folks. We're going to try to follow both games if we can, as we only have 2 games now. But this is the semifinals, win or go home. And if you do draw, it will be a tie break and Armageddon. Nothing more fun than knowing for sure somebody has got to go home. So here we go. Business Meets Chess. We keep talking about Business Meets Chess, but I'm not sure who actually is representing on that team. Let's see if I can find who is white on this team. As maybe you can talk about the position a little bit, Ben.
Yeah, sure. So we have the two teams playing, and
Knights.
it looks like the board position says that All Touchers team is black, but the people on the screen are not All Touchers
Bishop.
team. So I'm very confused as to actually who's playing. But I think the video is showing the people from a previous match because Mr. Dodgy's team is 8. So
One.
anyway, we have some kind of another one of these fake Grunfeld positions where white's playing the London and black's playing the Grunfeld, and they're sort of having an argument about what the name of the opening is called. But again, white's playing very solid, not going for too much, and yeah, and we have results from the Business Meets Chess and Kids. It's Arvin Rosti and Jamie Kanongo is the.
That's
Business
exactly
Meets
what I was
Chess.
about to say. Just found it myself here. Jamie hails from Kenya. He's rated 1677. And Arvin is a Swedish FIDE master with a rating of 2195. I didn't see the full name. They call themselves Team BMC and K. That's a little bit cooler than Business Meets Chess and Kids. BMC
right.
and K is the squad. And so that's why I had a little trouble as I was scrolling, looking for the word business that wasn't on my list here. But two good players, indeed. Got an FM with as the adult. And then we know young Jamie hailing from Kenya, rated 1677, as we said. But you're saying this may not be the actual.
No, they put the right video up, so everything is the same now. This is
the video was the
all-toucher
problem.
match with Rosti and Kanongo.
So James used to be a 2200. Famously, was a very strong chess player, not just a genius investor and anticipating trends like you wouldn't believe. He has an amazing newsletter that I'm frankly signed up for because the guy's such a smart guy. But Mercy is his partner. She's rated 1645, also hailing from Kenya. So we've got two compatriots battling right now with this in this game. So we will see how they do. We see that BMC and K has the white pieces and Altage's team with the black pieces here. Still a very solid position. Probably white for choice with the two bishops plus little bit of initiative. But I'm not going to say much about this position. There's not that much to write about if you have this as black. I may not have played H6 and create any weakness on that side, but black looks very solid here. As far as I'm concerned, white's going to have to do a little bit of work. Not so easy to push on the queen side with the C3 pawn being a problem. The B pawn will stay home, or you have to prepare this. But here we see queen D2 with a little okey doke fake threat of taking the pawn on H6.
Wow, black said pawn, so I guess G5 is going to be played, unless H5 is played. I thought I heard pawn.
Yeah, I think most people would have tried to play king H7 there.
Yeah,
but I'm not completely against H5. I mean, it's not heaven. it's not. Weakening the G5 square is not the most fun in the world. That's why you should never touch that pawn in the first place. You just create a little target, and now you got slightly extra weakness to worry about. But white is going to go a ways before actually exploiting
repeat
weaknesses in the position.
King, yeah.
I hear king. Is white intending to play rook G1 and
it's
G4?
time for rook G1, G4. Rawr. I mean, it's not really time for that, but
that looks like a little too much. That's a lot. That's a lot to try to justify in a position like this one. It's way too solid to be playing moves like G4, but that has black pausing. By the way, black is way down on time, but well, not that far down, but a minute is a minute is a minute. This is a semifinal game. You've got to not lose at least if you want to play an Armageddon. And if you do lose, you're out. You're gone. So
yeah, for those of you who don't know the format, if either game is a draw in the semis, we're going to see an Armageddon game, and otherwise the winners are going to play each other in the finals.
Indeed. Bishop H6 played, and I heard knight. So there's a knight a5, there's a knight e4 even that's sharp. And black has decided to play the more solid knight a5 with a very straightforward threat. The threat is knight e3. And if you deal with that, the knight can go to c4 with some happiness. So this position is still very much up in the air. I'm not a big fan of this king h1 tempo loss. And black is showing that there are some chances. And the time's sort of getting a little bit closer. White is not sure exactly what to do here about this very clear threat of knight to b3. Probably you put the bishop on h6. You probably should just trade it off right now and then move your queen or move your rook instead of just sitting here. I think that white is wasting a ton of time and finally said bishop, which clearly means bishop takes. And there should be no hesitation. King takes is the only move.
King.
That took a little too long. That should have happened much, much faster. Did I hear knight? I think I heard knight. And if I heard knight, that's dropping.
Yeah, they want to play knight e5 and queen g5, which may or may not work.
I was about to say it's dropping in exchange, but that could be something if queen g5. What is bishop g6? Bishop g6, or maybe knight g6.
Yeah, the engine doesn't like it. But it's good for the spectators.
Knight.
And here we go. Here we go. Is this going to happen? Queen g5 is on the board. There's no mate there, though. The rook guards f7. And even if you sack the knight guards h7. So there's no mate. Is there a draw? There is, depending on who, I don't see, actually.
I think after knight takes g6, I can play knight e4. And that blocks the bishop and attacks the queen twice.
Right. And then the other line is bishop takes g6. This is a scary position if you're black. You have.
Then I think I can just whoa.
Ignore deciding that
Altucher was afraid to take that to touch that rook.
I can tell Altucher, he is a very
Rook.
I don't want to say the wrong words here, but he's conservative. He does not like being attacked. He does not like being attacked, and he doesn't trust that he might get mated or blunder in some way. So he decided not to take the rook because he saw the threat was just so scary to him. But that looked like that maybe in time pressure, it's the best decision that he made, actually. Maybe.
It's the safe decision, but it's the right decision.
He chooses safety first. There's no question about it. I wouldn't say he's like that as an investor, but certainly as a chess player, it looks like he chooses safety first. And here, black to move.
Bishop.
Just played f6. I heard the word bishop, which looks like a blunder of epic proportions, because after pawn takes bishop, where is your
trapped? Yeah.
Your knight is trapped in the middle of the board. Black is winning after taking the bishop, and Altucher's decision has paid off. Take a look at this. The knight is just gone.
Yeah, Altucher's team is winning now.
So he just basically hedged his bets and said, let me not allow any kind of sacrifice where maybe there was danger with that take on g6. Let me just keep the position with chances, and it is paying off big time. Who's going to doubt his investor skills when he's figured out the timing, when you go in, when you go all in, when you don't? Now black is completely winning. F5 is coming next, and this is just extra piece. Black. F3 is the only chance here, and there's still some technique that has to be executed, but you got to black.
Just take on F3 and he takes king F7.
Good news here for black if he can just manage the nerves, because now they're under a minute. Now they are under a minute, and they've got to move quickly. Pawn takes played. If you take back, then just defend the pawn on e6. If you take on e6, then just king to f7, and that
Pawn.
gains the necessary tempo to be able to take. And so the captures happen. Now you just got to move your king over, guard the pawn, and that's going to be all she wrote. It's a piece up.
King.
Pawn.
Wait, which pawn does white want to move?
Probably f4. But now
Rook.
sounds like the G file is calling.
Yeah, I like rook g8. Yeah.
Now you're up a piece, Ben, but it's just sitting there on b3 doing nothing. This knight is going to have to repurpose itself. It's going to have to recirculate. Knight a5 to c4.
Yeah, James took way too long to do that.
Definitely took way too long. And now rook e5 stops the move knight to a5. But it does allow the move rook to g3 with rook g8 coming. So therefore, rook g3, no safety here. Like, again, he's playing safe chess. This, we got to talk to James about this. This kind
Yeah,
of
he was probably worried about rook b5, but maybe rook g3 and get the mate threats going was better.
Exactly. That mate threat would have definitely woken up white. This is still good, but he's allowed a little too much. Now, rook d6 is playable.
18
Rook
seconds left, Maurice.
But he's got to play it now. Rook d6, just play the move. There you go. 19.9 seconds. White is definitely in this game at the moment. Okay, but this move allows pawn takes, and black is definitely winning. But again, 18.8 seconds left. Will white be able to draw
piece
any
for no
counterplay with
pawns.
rook e7?
Knight d2's coming, knight c5's coming.
Definitely that knight's coming in the game now. Where are the tricks for white? I don't see it. Rook to e7, definitely the move, looking to take. I would not care about this pawn at all. Like zero. Not bad.
Rook.
Bad. Whoa, a trade trying to go for a pawn. And that move will give some play, but it's an extra piece. King moves, rook takes on b7, and then the knight finally gets to repurpose itself. But white does have some play with that a pawn.
Knight.
Oh. There we go. Rook takes pawn is next.
Rook.
Hasn't said rook yet. Final. Yeah, rook g7 was quite a bad move.
8 seconds. 7, 6,
Knight.
5. That took way too long. The knight belonged on d3, not e4. And now white has major counterplay. Major counterplay. The knight should not. And now waste of time. The knight is bouncing to why? Why are these moves being played?
Weren't they saying knight?
Gotta say knight. 2 seconds. 1 second. They're gonna run out of time. 0.1. Oh
wow, and they said rook. Wow.
I'm
game,
out. Unbelievable that black lost this game.
Wow.
Yeah,
Incredible.
I think I messed up a little on a rook move.
Well, time trouble. That was your major problem, probably, right?
But it was tough game. Very
Conservative
good.
play. Let's take a look at the
Congratulations.
other game, which is in progress. So we know one team
Congratulations.
that has moved on. We can dub their audio there so we can see this game. And this one, black is for choice without any question. Look at those gorgeous pieces, more material, rook and 3 for the queen. But still, we know queens can be annoying to play. And the clock times also says that though black is up, only 32 seconds on the clock. So black is definitely got to be careful here. Got to be careful. King G7, white with 140. That's Mr. Dodgy's team. That was the early leader in the tournament. But here we go. Can they possibly hold this position together? And Ben, I don't see a clear plan yet. Like an auto plan for black. So do you see something that black could do?
Well, black can probably just play knight g2 and take the pawn on h4, and then f3's weak.
Queen.
And white doesn't really have any counterplay.
Agreed.
Bishop.
I'm with your plan. And now I just heard bishop. 20 seconds left. 20 seconds, and that bishop move
Queen.
chasing down the F pawn. Now the queen would probably, what is that? Defending the pawn? Yes.
Bishop.
And your move. All right, we heard bishop. Let's not try to guess. But the queen has been trapped now. That's a nice little idea. Trapping the queen back on its own
Queen.
side. And white again with no real easy way
Rook.
to make progress. Now the rook can go to the D file. It's chosen the C file.
Queen.
Yeah, I think he wants to play bishop c5, bishop d4.
Love it. Bishop C5 looks
Bishop.
like a serious move. Bishop A2 check looks interesting as well. Or bishop D3. The idea to trade off
Like,
Bishop.
only
that's nothing
counter-
to sneeze at. Bishop d3, I like.
Knight.
Yeah. And now
Yeah,
knight
because rook
takes-
c1, knight c5, knight b3 is coming.
this
Queen.
looks-
Or rook c1, rook c2.
Rook C1's unstoppable.
Rook.
And now black is owning the game. White is, but 14 seconds though, 14.5.
Here.
King up. What's the choice here?
Rook.
Rook
Knight move
c2.
allows queen takes on E5 with check. So rook C2 looks
No,
best.
the knight, yeah. Oh, he played rook c2.
Queen.
And
And now queen
rook c2
D8.
next move.
And the knight has to
Rook.
move off this
Knight check, knight
beautiful
b3.
square.
Rook, that blunders a knight. No, he could have played
Said
knight
rook?
c1, knight b3, rook c1.
Oh no, this is what I mean by time pressure.
Yeah, he
and
said
there
rook.
Queen.
goes the knight. And white is
Bishop.
back. The time pressure, only 3 seconds left. And now the B pawn hangs,
Queen.
and black is falling apart under the time pressure.
Rook.
What a sad finish to this game. It looks like because of the time pressure.
Queen.
Now queen takes A4.
Now you lose the bishop because king f8
Oh, and no,
hangs
queen
maybe
takes
King.
also picks up, and now you're dropping a bishop. Oh, this is even
Queen.
worse.
Boy, both
Unbelievable.
games, the team that was losing is going to win.
And it's all about time. It's all about time.
Yeah.
You've got to manage
The
your
quicker
time, and you
team
got to think
won.
quickly. And the time is just going to run out. That's it. White won after
Okay,
being
time over.
Good
Well
game
Rushed.
played, guys.
But
That
great
was-
game.
Oh my
yeah, we were
goodness.
lucky.
Sorry, I kept not going bishop d3, Kennedy, because I wanted you to go knight e2. And
92.
knight e2 and then
Oh,
knight
I thought-
d4.
I was thinking like bishop.
Unfortunate indeed. This game was definitely a win for black. Right here, we love the move rook to C2 here,
Yeah.
but instead the move rook to C5. And here, of course, you've got to save your knight. This move is just
Yeah, knight
brutal.
c1, knight b3 is looking good.
And the threat of mate in 2 is just
Man, the truth
devastating.
hurts.
That would have been it. That would have been game. Instead, black probably realized that rook C2 should have been played and said rook. And then, oops,
Yeah.
there's no way to guard this knight. There's just no
Yeah, I
move.
want to take time out. I want to thank Ray Flemings and Peter G for $1,000 donations earlier.
Mm.
And right now, we have raised $5,949, surpassing our goal of $5,000. So I want to thank everybody who donated. And you can still do it. We can still try to get to 10,000. Why not? We still have the finals left.
Amazing. Amazing. You know, they thought they were being ambitious with 5K, and look at that. Broke through that number. And again, whatever you can give, any little bit counts. This is a great charity, and this is just an absolute great cause for these young people. And whatever you give, it helps them. $10 will get them into a chess tournament. They just want to play chess. That alone gets them into a chess tournament. A little bit more will get them some supplies, the opportunity maybe to travel to a tournament. A lot of these young people can't afford to make some trips out of town in order to travel and showcase their skills. A little bit more will get them some gadgets. It might be an iPad or some kind of device that gets them online so they can play chess online, or maybe just pay for internet service. That alone seems like a little bit, but it's a lot for these young people to be able to pay a monthly fee for internet service, for a router, just to get a router. Any little bit helps. So if you've got coffee money, just a little bit, that's enough. If you want to give a little bit more because you've been blessed to be able to afford that, Please do. Please do. We really appreciate anything you do. And here we are. We've got the finalists coming up. But before that, I think we've got an interview, and it's one of my favorite people to follow, to listen to. He's got great ideas, but he might be a little too conservative with his chess game when threats start. It's James Altucher's team, and we see James in the stream, and we also have young Mercy with us as well. You two were doing so well. James, what happened?
I think, you know, in the second to last round, I got a little nervous about time, and I went for the draw. You know, I could have easily tried to go for the win, but I got scared. You're right. I got a little too nervous.
Yeah, we saw that play out in some of your moves, not being as aggressive as they could be. Mercy, what was it like being a part of this competition?
It felt good. You know, James plays really good chess, so it wasn't that hard. So
No, but
yeah.
Mercy is being too kind. She was the brains. She was the one who caused the wins. So, and I'm the one who caused the draws.
Well, it was definitely a great competition. Mercy, you were playing against a countryman in that last matchup. Was there any Kenyan pride going on when you were playing?
Come up again.
You were playing against one of your countrymen in the last round, weren't you? Am I mistaken?
Yeah.
So was there any national pride at stake? Did you want to beat him to show him who's the boss in Kenya?
Not really. I was just playing like yeah. It wasn't that I just wanted to play and play my best.
Indeed. James, what does this kind of event mean for you, participating in such a good cause?
You know, it's very exciting to see such amazingly talented players. Like, every player was so talented, and they had their own brand of chess that they were playing. And it's amazing. Again, you're talking about how sometimes it's hard to have internet access. That's going to change. Starlink is going to provide internet all over Africa eventually. And these are the next generation of players that are going to start hitting the top 10. And I'm
Very
happy to be a
exciting.
part. I'm happy to see it happen, even if I'm losing to them.
Well, you are playing with them and supporting them, so that is really what counts. We appreciate that you took some time out to make this happen, and also to help them in any ways you can. Mercy, what are your aspirations as a chess player? Tell me, what are your dreams with chess, and what has chess already done for you?
I aspire to be among the best chess players actually in the world. Currently, I'm a WFM, but it's conditional because my ratings are still low. So I'm working on improving my rating so that the title can reflect. Whenever I show up for a tournament, the title WFM will reflect. I just, so far, I do chess. Apart from schoolwork, most of my free time I dedicate it to chess. Yes.
Has it changed your life?
Yeah, it has, considering that, yeah, it has in many ways. At least I've improved intellectually. Also, when it comes to decision making, it becomes a little bit easier for me. Relating with other people also are kind of good. Yeah.
Well said. You know, chess has changed all our lives. I think everybody on this call right here would say chess has changed all our lives. And Mercy brought up a good point, James, about decision making. I've written a book recently, you may have seen, Move by Move, that talks about the process. Oh, thank you very much. What about you? You are all about good decision making. I know that's your business. Speak to how chess and decision making are related.
You know, a lot of times people think, okay, what's the best move? But often, let's say in investing and in chess and in business, you have to think, how do I avoid the worst move? Because the key to winning the game in life and in business is staying in the game. And so first and foremost, you have to make sure you're not blundering, you're not making a mistake, you did your due diligence on an investment. So it's very critical understanding risk in both chess and in business and in life. And that's critical. And then being creative, being able to think out of the box, and also understanding that you need more information than your opponent in almost every situation. So those things.
Just a few indeed, and great points to make. Well, thank you two so much for being a part of this. I'm sorry you couldn't move on, but you did get to the semifinals, which puts you at the top 4. And better luck next year indeed. But thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your participation.
And Ben, good to see you. We should get together soon. We're 10 minutes away from each other.
Lucky guys.
Yeah, nice to see you, James. We'll have to get some Thai food soon. And I want to point out to the audience that Mercy is going to the Chess Olympiad in Budapest soon, and she still needs a laptop. And any $500 donation will get her a laptop for the Olympiad, where she needs to prepare for her games and do well to represent her country, Kenya. So if anybody out there has the funds and can help Mercy go to the Olympiad and do well, we ask for your help. Thank you.
Very important.
Mercy, I will be in Budapest. I'll be walking around. If you see me, make sure you stop me and say hello, because I definitely would love to meet you, okay?
I will.
Indeed. Thank you so much, both of you, and better luck next time. But we appreciate having you on the show.
Thank you, guys. Great to be here.
That was Team James Altucher with James and Mercy. Again, you see how wonderful this cause is. Anything you can do. I mean, the young lady playing this kind of chess, getting to that level and doesn't have a computer to take with her to maybe the biggest tournament she'll ever play in, the Olympiad in Budapest, representing her nation. Any little bit you can do to help her would be absolutely fantastic. Well, we have the finalists, and we had anticipated that it would be chess to change, although they were getting schooled in this game. That is the Mr. Dodgy team. They were getting schooled in this game, but somehow they made the comeback, keeping the lead on the clock. But we will be going to the finals, and that should be a fantastic finals to close this out. We haven't seen too many draws, Ben. I don't know that we're going to see a draw in the finals either, but it's going to be very exciting. So we're going to take a very quick break. I mean, a very quick break. Don't go anywhere, as the championship round is about to come in this wonderful event, Chess to Change. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Yes. Amazing. Kennedy, you might have lost, but you won our hearts.
I thought the national team would be better than this.
Julie, how many times do I have to tell you, chess is about long-term strategy, not quick gains, just like life.
Like always, the girls have to save the boys.
Wow.
Chess has given me an identity, helped me to stay positive through all the challenges, opened doors, made me friends, and improved my problem-solving skills, which has really helped me in school. I really like the fact that everyone can play chess, no matter the background, tribe, gender, or age.
Born and raised in Mukuru kwa Njenga slum, the young chess enthusiast is slowly but surely playing his way to a better life. Isaiah's fervor for a game that is widely considered an elite sport for a chosen few has resulted in major life changes. Key among them, elevating his family's living conditions.
When we saw the board, everyone was saying like, it is checkers, it is drafts, you see. But like that was my first time I saw chess. But at first I didn't.
Hello, once again, everyone. This is the finals, the big one, winner take all. And this should be super exciting as the game has actually begun. I'm GM Maurice Ashley. I am with Grandmaster Ben Finegold. Ben, we've seen some fighting chess, but one theme that I've seen again and again is the clock mattering so much. You have to play quickly. And I think Mr. Dodgy's team has really mastered that art. They don't seem to think too long. They're super confident, making moves very quickly. Can business meets chess, BMC and K, business meets chess with kids and kids, can they keep up with the speed demons that Mr. Dodge's team has been so far?
Yeah, I think these are the two fastest teams. And I think not only in blitz, but especially in hand and brain, you got to have a time advantage because at the end of the game, people don't know what to say. They say the wrong thing. They make the wrong move when they're in time trouble. And when you're in time trouble by yourself in a blitz game, you still can go wrong. But when you're waiting for your partner to say a move and they say a piece you weren't expecting, and then you got to move in 2 seconds, things don't go well in time trouble. So I'm not surprised that these fast teams are doing well. And these are the two of the best teams anyway. They were both losing in the semifinals in position, but then the time pressure got to their opponents and they ended up victorious. And we can see here, even though we're on move 8, Mr. Dodgy's team still has almost all of its time. And caring about the clock a lot in a blitz game, especially in hand and brain, is key to success. And so far, they've been quite successful.
I agree with you. And like, for example, that last move, H6, you might calculate bishop takes F6 or bishop to H4, but you're going to move the bishop, or even bishop F4. You're going to move the bishop. So as soon as you see H6, you should go bishop. Like just say it and let your partner figure out where to put the bishop. Don't you
long castle. What does he mean?
Long castle. Well, by the way, White said castles. White didn't necessarily mean long castles, but it was the most natural move. And we also see a lot of hyper aggression from Mr. Dodgy. You see that time and time again, and that gets a lead on the clock. But Black has decided, I'm not going to be intimidated by your bravado. I'm going to show you that your king may be unsafe as well. And now this knight e5 move, that I think is pulling the trigger a little too soon, offering the opportunity to trade on e5 and then just drop the knight back. But a capture on c4, also not a bad idea, preparing potentially to be able to play b5 and chase down, disrupt that queen side.
Yeah, this is very dangerous for White. White's king is on the queen side. The queen side's going to open up. White is still a few moves away from getting any attack against Black's king. And I've had these positions a lot in blitz chess, and they get very sharp. And sometimes you just get in a lot of trouble quickly. Fortunes can change fast, but they haven't stopped their style from the whole tournament, which is to play extremely quickly, and they still have a big time advantage, even if their position isn't the best.
Our big moment in the game, knight c6 is a threat. So it looks like knight takes on e5 and then knight back to d7 is probably the correct way to play. But instead, the move queen c7, queen b6 would have been a better way to defend, because this move allows knight takes on b5 straight, and they missed it. They played bishop in the position instead of knight takes on b5. This does allow the queen to move away from the pin. Just a moment ago, you could have taken because of that pin on that square, but now the queen has moved away, and Black has survived a tactical error. Again, it's when you're playing quickly and you just want to play with energy and speed, sometimes you will miss opportunities. This last move,
very sharp position, and not clear if Black is going to lose the c6 pawn, or if Black even cares and wants to open the c file.
Well, knight takes e5 does answer all of that. And now Black, the problem for Black is this pawn advance was so nice, but now it is not as nice as it was before. This last move, however, I like. Getting out of the way of the bishop and also threatening a little knight b4 action. So Black still has to play. And a positional move, cementing the knight on the c5 square.
Yeah, this is a really exciting final that we're going to see, which could easily end immediately for either side due to a blunder, because there's so much trickiness going on in this position.
Absolutely. But this last move, a3, allowing b4.
Yeah, I don't like a3.
I am not thrilled, but the ancient season thing B4 was not that big a deal. But I gotta tell you, I'm not on the E4. Wow. That actually, that's a wake up. That's a good one. That's a great move. That's gonna cause pause as Black understands the knight is hanging and there's going to be some difficulty in addressing the situation. The B4 pawn is actually just about to be snapped off. Is that a bad deal though? Because you get to play A3. I guess I could play B3 against that, but then A2. So A3 is coming. You're gonna have to sack. Okay, whatever. And then play for A3 and see what happens next.
Yeah, and Black could throw in B3 here, which sort of stops their attack, and that's what they did.
Queen?
Just to not lose a pawn.
Yeah, but now the problem here. Oh, it gets much sharper than I realized, actually.
Yeah,
I thought the queen could just move, but there's a bishop C5
right, that's right. Yeah.
But now with the queen here, knight can go to B6 with tempo. So the game is still sharp. This team is playing. This is a finals right here. Aside from that little mistake with knight takes B5, which was a tactical error. Both have sort of traded mistakes, and now this is just a game. Now F6 to chase the bishop back. And you see again how White, she saw the position, she saw the threat to her bishop. She didn't blink. She just said, bishop. Right. You figure out what the right move is. But it's my job to just say a move. And now a challenge.
Doesn't know which bishop to move or where.
Yeah, I would agree that was a problematic move to say. Bishop was challenging, but okay, you had to move maybe the best move was played. And now aggression. What a wild game. I have no easy way to assess this, Ben. This game is crazy.
And even in such a wild position with potential tactics in the air, Mr. Dodgy's team still plays incredibly quickly.
Quickly and aggressively. Like you heard pawn, he didn't hesitate to play E5 or D5, whatever. He just played F4 and said, your move. And look at the lead they've gained on the clock, and Black has to think. You see these pawns raining down on you. Even if the engine says slight edge for White, how do you get play here? That's why I didn't like that the B3 move, because it stabilized the threats around White's king. And now Black is the one who's worried about a pawn storm that's coming, trying to sweep them off the board.
Yeah, E5 allows knight D5, so it's not clear what pawn it was. So he played H4.
A wild game. Again, 3:30 on the clock for White, 1:35 for Black. And the strategy of moving quickly and playing good moves is paying off.
That's just a blunder. I trade queens and play knight B7.
Indeed, that wins an exchange. If you say queen now, wins actually.
Boy, that might win a lot.
That might win more than an exchange. That might win a straight piece. And queen was said, and White is now winning. The pressure got to be too much, and now she just has to say knight. Will she say it? Does she see the move?
The knight's attacked.
And she does see it. Oh, and he
Dodgy.
took the wrong piece.
No, knight B7, Dodgy. Come on.
Knight B7 was winning a straight piece. He still has an edge, but it's not the same.
No.
Oh my goodness. She gave him a position and he missed the right way to play with knight B7. Incredible. Okay, it's still great.
Still good for White and good time advantage.
But it's not over. I mean, rook E8 now. Rook E8, you can't play F5 because your bishop is hanging on G3. Even king F7 is playable, believe it or not. But I would play rook E8 and then try to get the king out of the way. And even knight back to F8. Better for White, but ain't the same anymore. The time on the clock does show that White has the edge, but White missed a golden opportunity to win the game on the spot with knight B7.
Bishop.
Boy, now F5 looks annoying.
Yeah, but you should have probably but there was. I wasn't sure what you do in that position actually. After this, because takes would have been a problem.
Yeah, it looks like black was in trouble anyway, but this is this could be beyond repair, especially with the 2-minute time advantage that white has, and white's winning on the board.
Yeah, you've got to move the king, but this looks bad. Looks really bad. You got to be able to just take on e6 with the pawn, no? Knight b6. And then take bishop. Looks like pawn takes on e6 is a strong move.
Yeah, you could take on f6 check, take the bishop, and then take on e6 also.
As well. That'll do it too. He's stopping to think right now, and he has taken on f6. Not the perfect move according to the engine, but you do seem to win a pawn. Is it more than enough? Now you have to trade bishops, it looks like.
Pawn. No.
Oh,
the bishop was attacked.
She said pawn. Oh, didn't she say pawn?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I thought I heard pawn.
He said pawn.
Pawn.
Yeah, I thought I heard pawn. Maybe we have to go to the tape, but it's the arbiter would have jumped in, so maybe we misheard.
Yeah,
because the arbiter would have jumped in.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, let's hope that's what happened, because I thought I heard pawn.
We need several teams of arbiters.
Yeah, there's arbiter watching, and arbiters are watching this fight. So, all right, we are still going, and white is indeed up, but somehow this game has changed. It's not that easy anymore.
No, white still has the big time advantage, but white's not better on the board anymore.
White is up a pawn, but the F file, black will be able to compete for it. Also, the D pawn is isolated. The E pawn is looking great, but it's going to drop. So black is just simply in the game. I would personally grab the F file right now.
I think I'd play rook D5 and take that D pawn.
Oh, there's no rook F7. That's a good point. There's
Yeah,
no
it's a
rook
good knight on
F7. That's
D6.
what I was worried about. But yeah, the knight's on D6. So this is definitely a good move. And white, despite having that advantage, the game is turning. The game is absolutely turning. 42 seconds. And by the way, the clock times are starting to get a lot closer. The 2-minute edge is now turning into less than a minute. And what to do here? And black is coming all the way back in this game, now snapping a pawn. And this king move, I'm not sure this gives white anything at all. The rook has to move. You could play the G4, you could play the F4, G4 being the most active square, and black has the initiative in this game.
Yeah, the knight is really strong on D6, and the king is really strong blocking the E6 pawn. It's just a great position for black.
Absolutely. And now black is even pushing pawns up the board. That knight on D6 is just a beast. I mean, it's guarding every square you can imagine. The king is blockading perfectly. The weakness of the bishop is telling, because it cannot switch color. A light square bishop, it cannot eject anything on dark squares. And by the way, rook G3 would be a nasty little dark square move as well to hold everybody down. White has almost no moves, no plan. I don't even see how white improves the position. And the bishop is now trapped. C4.
Yeah, C4. Yeah, the bishop
is going to have to go all the way back to B1.
And A7 is trapped. Yeah, so bishop B1's forced.
Bishop B1, but that looks horrible. And by the way, there's a knight B5 sighting.
Yep, and then C3 check and knight takes A3 is good. Rook D4 check is good. Rook D8 check is good. Maybe after knight B5, no, king B4, knight D4 check wins the rook. Yeah, knight B5 is just winning.
Knight B5 was winning, but I heard rook. If I'm not mistaken, I heard rook get said, and he's keeping the rook on the line because knight B5 just looks so good. Don't want to give it up. And now pawn H5 play. Now white is just playing quickly. Again, rook, not realizing the threat of knight to B5, insisting on moving the rook.
Yeah, we could also double rooks on the G5 and take on G2.
I'm with that. Sign
Bishop's
me
no
up. That
fun
bishop,
for White. White's bishop is so
the
bad.
bishop on B1 is a completely meaningless piece. Now going to G6.
Rook.
But that allows a rook move to double. Although apparently
Man, Black could have played Rook D5 and then Knight B5 check and then C3 check. Man,
Black just doesn't see this move.
wow, Rook H2. That's pretty passive.
And now White is almost going under Black in time. Knight B5 is still a body. And now he said knight. Finally, the move is on the board. And this is just straight, disgusting, horrible position.
Ooh,
that's
I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that.
Isn't C3 just just killing?
They didn't say pawn. Yeah, C3 check was crushing.
Rook.
This is pretty bad too.
Yes.
Rook.
But Rook
B5 check, I guess, but then I don't see why that's
no. King takes C4, and your rook is.
Yeah, I don't see why that's good.
King takes C4 is playable.
King.
A dangerous move to be sure, but the rook is hanging.
Wow, and both sides have less than 20 seconds. Great.
We're going down, and King takes, and the game it's still better for Black, no question about it. But this game is turning 13 seconds, and the game is now completely.
Wow, now it's just White's better.
Turn around. Bishop F7 check.
Now Black's winning.
This game is crazy. 24 seconds for White, 13.9 seconds for Black. The rook is hanging on B5. The knight cannot move. The rook is now attacking that knight. Rook C5 check. Get your rook out of there. King has to move. King B4. That is still good for.
We're threatening Knight C2, mate.
Knight C2 is mate, but Bishop
King
check.
B6.
King B6.
Yeah, now Knight, you can't stop it.
How do you stop Knight C2?
You can't. Well, you play Bishop A4, so the B3 pawn's hanging.
Only move.
Bishop.
He's got to find Bishop A4 and does, but Knight F3 wins a rook.
Nice.
I mean, you want to do something? Knight F3 wins a rook. Thank you very
Either
much.
rook, too. You can take either one.
By the way, that also wins the bishop after the king move.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So everything is going now. And a rook had to move. Why not rook takes rook check? That would have been devastating. But still, it's a win clean. But we've seen Mr. Dodgy get out of these types of
It's looking pretty dodgy for Dodgy.
And now knight back with check.
Knight A5 check's going to win the bishop.
That's going to win the bishop if you play knight A5 now. There you go. And now the bishop is dropping. Black reeling them in. Rook takes. Does allow B4 though, by the way. But then rook B4 is playable.
Rook C2 check is just winning.
Rook C2, indeed.
And rook takes G2, and you're up a rook.
King back, and now just keep your rook. Rook takes on G2, smart move.
Rook.
Didn't take the knight. That was a blunder. Now the knight can survive. Now the knight drops back or goes forward. This is over easily. And Black's the one with more time. So as long as Black is careful not to do anything crazy like a stalemate, or that's unlikely.
Stalemate, we see Armageddon.
Should be over.
Rook.
Rook takes on A3. The threat is rook B2 and rook A1 mate.
Rook.
And the rook move, and now rook B2,
Rook B2 wins. Game is over.
Rook B2 was not played. It's still a little torture. That allows rook F1, but knight D2.
Knight D2 checks annoying.
Bam! And that is going to be on the road. This game is completely busted. The B pawn on the board there is definitely no stalemate. He's going to take a couple of moves now, drop the knight back, and rook will mate. There you go. The finish is here.
Rook.
And congrats
and the champions. Business meets chess and kids. What a game.
Really. Very exciting.
Congratulations.
Very interesting.
Very exciting.
Congrats.
Wow.
Thank you.
Nice work, Arvin.
That was crazy.
Thank you. Good game. Thank you very much. Nice win.
I didn't know what was happening in that game. I'm gonna tell you, was there a point? White was doing so well right here. right here, it just looked like white was cooking with gas. White missed. Let's not forget, in this position, white took on D7 with the opportunity to play this move, knight to B7. Would have just won a piece on the spot.
Yep.
Instead, moving quickly, white opted instead for knight takes D7. This move cost maybe not the whole game, but it was the beginning of a lost opportunity that ended up biting white later on. Instead of playing knight to B7, playing knight takes, missing just a clean win of a piece right here. You got to know your tactics. And then later, of course, black was able to defend. I got to give black credit. Black found a way to bring this knight, this move followed by this move. I was impressed by this knight, Ben. Knight to D6. He just held
that's a great
entire
move.
position together. And we will be talking with the winners in just a second. As business meets kids and chess, we have the two winners, Arvin and I believe it's Jamie on the line. Welcome, gentlemen. Jamie, I believe you're on mute, so please unmute. First of all, congratulations on winning what was a very tough event.
Thank you very much.
Arvin, we'll let you go first. It was clear that they were super aggressive against you on the clock, and you were losing at one point. I mean, there was trouble in this game. They could have played knight b7 and
Yeah, exactly. Knight b7 winning on d6. Yeah, exactly. At some point,
you saw that. You must have been just terrified when you saw that possibility.
Yeah, I saw it. So yeah, we were under huge pressure, but okay, it's not always easy to find that in when you're low on time. And then the game continued on, and after here in the end game after knight d6, I think even we were better.
Once the knight landed on d6, you were doing quite well indeed.
Yeah, after that the game went on our side.
Jamie, how does it feel to win this event?
Feels great. Feels so nice.
What was it like playing with a teammate like Arvin? I mean, it is hard to play hand and brain, and then to play with somebody who's anticipating your moves and trying to get coordinated with them. What was that experience like?
No, Arvin was just amazing. He even found moves I didn't even think of. Yeah.
So you must have been suggesting good moves as well, because you were calling the pieces.
Yeah. But exactly. He showed me ideas that I had no clue of.
Arvin, before I ask you a question, actually, we have the arbiter on the line. We have a question for you. Were you the arbiter for this game, for this match? And was there a moment we heard something, we thought we overheard pawn get said, and instead a bishop captures bishop was played?
Yeah, but it's not finalized on the board, so it's okay if they change their mind before they making the move on the board. So it's everything in a frame of rules.
Okay. All right. So she did say bishop, just to clarify, she did adjust and say bishop?
Yes, it's the attached piece. It means when you are promote this piece on the board. So before that, you can do correct.
I see. Okay, did not know that rule. So it's not quite like touch move in chess. So
yeah,
that was a correction. Oh, it worked out in the end that black did win the game. So thanks very much for that clarification. Arvin,
thank you.
What's so important about an event like this? Why is it important for you to participate and help young people like young Jamie here?
It's the same as when I was young. I wanted people to help me to improve my chess, and I think this is quite a nice event to learn, get new friends and learn new people around the world and play chess, enjoy to get time together playing chess, and have fun and enjoying time and playing chess. Yeah, I like it a lot.
It's not just playing chess, though, by the way. It's also helping a worthy cause. Speak to that cause, please, helping these young people who really want to play chess, really want to broaden their skills, but may not have the resources or opportunity.
Yeah, of course, I can understand that it's very important for people, and I am very happy to help people with this event, of course.
Jamie, where are you hailing from?
Mombasa, Kenya.
Mombasa. Oh man, I remember going to Diani Beach, one of the best beaches in the world. Oh my goodness, Mombasa. What's it mean to you? What is it like personally to be a part of this charity, and how has chess changed your life as a person?
Being a part of this event has shown me how many good people are out there, and it's very encouraging, and I appreciate it so much. Yeah, and chess has helped me so much because I've been playing it for I think 7 years. It's taken me out the country. It's given me some opportunities, like being in this event. Yeah, it's actually given me so many opportunities.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. You are the champions. You'll have that on your mantle for the rest of your life. You can remember being the winners of this great event. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations once again.
Yeah, congratulations, guys. You guys played great.
Thank you.
My congratulations,
Thank you.
the winners.
Thanks.
All right. Well, there go the winners. Business Meets Chess and Kids, BMC and K is what's up. Ben, what a great event. What a great event. And our maiden voyage together. We got to do it more often, my friend.
Yeah, and I want to point out that Ken Mass donated the final $200 for Mercy's laptop. So she'll be going to the Olympiad with a laptop. Thanks for everybody who supported the stream. And I've also been informed we may have an interview with Dodgy and Fantalis coming up at some point.
Okay, we'll wait if that's going to happen.
Right now, it's pretty.
Apparently,
pretty
they're
quick.
coming on, and we'll get to chat with them. The second place finish going to them, and we see Mr. Dodgy entering the stream. We'll wait for his partner.
Hey guys, hi Maurice, hi Ben. I thought it was really nice that the producers like made us. We lost the match, we're absolutely devastated, and then we had to sit through the winners interview. We had to watch them bragging. They're so happy, it's the best day of their lives, and now we have to be interviewed. I think like this is the worst thing that's ever happened.
Are you saying that our producer is being a bit dodgy?
Yeah, just a little bit. I blame Johnny for everything.
Well,
but no, it was a wonderful event. My goal going into this event was to beat Ben Johnson, and I did that, so I regard it as a success. And we also played what I regard as a masterpiece in round 4 of the Swiss part, where we had a spectacular win.
Which game was that? The Rookie 1 game?
We just kind of sacrificed everything on G6 and
yeah, that was the G6 sacrificing game.
Yeah. I'm not going to look at it with the computer, but
don't do that.
I believe it was an excellent
game. Well, it sounds like you absolutely had a lot of fun despite the final result. We did sort of notice a strategy going in that you two played very quickly. That was seemed your aim to get ahead on the clock just about every single game. And she was just tossing out moves, at least tossing out the piece name so fast every single time.
Yeah, I think it's a good strategy for these types of events, just to kind of put a little bit of pressure on the clock. I think people do play a lot worse when they're kind of down to 20 seconds. So that was our strategy, and it seemed to work out pretty well. We were a piece down in the first 2 end games that we managed to win. So that was even better than just winning a normal game for me. So yeah, it was pretty good. I think Fantalis is joining now. Fantalis played excellently. I honestly think the blunders were pretty much all of mine. I missed knight b6. I missed a couple of other things.
Knight b7 in this game.
Knight b7, sorry, yeah.
Knight b7, yes.
Yeah.
And we have young Fantalis joining us. Fantalis, tell us how old you are and where you are hailing from.
I'm 13 years old and I'm from Embu in Kenya.
Indeed. Well, thanks so much for joining us. Tell us, how fun was it to play in this event, and especially with your partner, who's a pretty good player?
It was actually great. I had fun. Yeah.
And your
At
partner?
least I got to explore. He actually played very well. Some moves he played, I didn't actually see. Most of them.
Yeah, I think that's the challenge. With hand and brain, do you think it's a fun way to play chess, or which one do you prefer, hand and brain or regular chess after you've experienced it?
Well, I kind of prefer the hand and brain because it's kind of more competitive. Because you like have to think what the other person is thinking. What does she or he want me to play? So yeah, I kind of prefer the hand and brain.
Hand and brain is definitely challenging. Uh,
Yeah.
for you, how has chess changed your life? How has chess changed your life, and what about an event like this could really motivate you to continue to play chess?
First, before I started playing chess, I was horrible at maths, like bad. But after playing chess, it actually helped me a lot because I now I'm able to calculate very fast and very well actually. So such an event helps me to see that it's not I can't actually do it alone because if not for Mr. Dodgy, I would actually not have seen some of the tactics here. So it's like a life lesson which I can't make it alone without the help of others too.
Wow, well said. Well said. You see, Mr. Dodgy, you came on complaining, and she comes on completely grateful.
No, I enjoyed the event, but I also take these far too seriously. Like I like to be super competitive, even with like, fun events. So yeah, next time we'll crush everyone.
Haha, we love it. We love that attitude. Mr. Dodger, we'll give you, oh, I like that, Fantalis. We'll give you the final word about the importance of an event like this. Why is it that you wanted to participate?
Yeah, this is my one of my favorite charities in chess. I do work for the Women in Chess Foundation, so I have to, give them a special spot. But this is my favorite kind of nonprofit that exists in the chess world. I think it does a fantastic job, and I think it's. I was listening to a little bit of what you were saying during the broadcast earlier, and I just want to repeat that. I think the donations that go towards this cause go much further than donating to other causes, because you can kind of you're trying to help people get kind of things that we take for granted, like internet. And I think that's a huge thing that kind of Pontus talked to me about before, where some of the kids in the event have to travel to even get online, which, for those of us who live in kind of Europe and the US, like that's something that we basically don't even think about. And also I think chess is just a fantastic way for kind of people to connect all around the world. It's a universal language, and it just provides so many opportunities to people. So yeah, this is my favorite charity. I think people should give lots and lots of money, and I look forward to the next event where I'll probably get crushed again.
Haha. Yeah, I know how competitive you are. I said I was going to give you the last word, but I just want to hear from Fantalis. Fantalis, what's next for you after this? What are you looking forward to? And tell us a little bit about the next piece of your chess journey.
Okay, so I wanna get to explore the world. I don't only wanna be playing in Kenya, but I wanna see different places, know how different people play, and also know where I've reached like my level of play. And I also want to one day be like Magnus Carlsen, yeah, or be the first Kenyan grandmaster.
Great, wonderful aspiration. We have no doubt that you will pursue that with all your heart, and we are behind you. I love that statement. That's the kind of dreams we like to hear, and that is made possible by charities like this one. Mr. Dodgy, Fantalis, thank you so much. You may not have made it as far as you wanted at the very end, but we applaud you both, and we look forward to seeing you again in this event. No doubt you will make the same run as you did this time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maurice. Thanks, Ben. Thank you, Fantalis. Well played.
You too, Mr. Dodgy. It was great playing with you.
Thank you.
So beautiful. Ben, what can we say? It's easy to volunteer to participate in charities like this one. As Mr. Dodgy was saying.
Yeah, they make it really easy. It's for such a good cause, and it's good to learn about the charity too, for people who are watching, and for people like me who don't know much about it. Now I know a lot more about what they do, and I'm really happy we were able to help the people who were were the kids who were playing today with their chess careers and with everything else.
100%. And when Pontus asked me again to be a part of this, it's just a no-brainer. Of course. Oh, I'm not doing anything better than this on a Sunday afternoon. Have fun watching chess, talking about chess, hanging out with GM Finegold, and helping out some amazing kids. How can you beat it? That's just a great, great way to spend a few hours on a summer Sunday. And so thank you so much again, Pontus, for all the great work that you do. Thanks for all of you who donated today. You can press that donate button if you haven't. You want to throw in a little bit extra. Any little bit counts. We really appreciate it. And if you think about it maybe later, then you definitely want to go to the Chess to Change site and make a donation as you can, as you are able. We are very, very grateful. Thanks to the arbiters. Thanks to our production team. Very much appreciate everyone who does spend their time making sure that people around the world know that we do care and we want to make a difference. Ben?
I think we're going to have one more interview. I think Pontus is going to come on and do a quick interview.
Pontus's interviews are never quick. Are you kidding me?
Well, quick for him.
Yeah,
All right.
he's on his way.
We will have him jump on. I make fun of my friend, but we will have him come on and definitely speak to the cause. GM Pontus Carlson, I know how much of work it is to not just put on an event like this, but to carry out the entirety of what you do. How did you feel today went as far as your vision for this event?
Yeah, no, I mean, it was I mean, it's always, you know, it's like when you are thinking over a chess move, you know, a long variation, you visualize the variation, but you're not entirely sure, you know. And then things play out, and you know there is some bumpy line, and you're like, oh, I missed that move, but then you realize you have a counter move. So finally we made it. Yeah, but it's always like this. I think it's the same for all organizers, you know. Like when you there's always something coming up and some issues. I mean, you can tell us more about when you had when you organized that HBCU event in the US. Yeah, it was
Or Millionaire Chess or
yeah,
HP
yeah.
Global.
I mean, it looked really great afterwards, but you know, the route there, it can be bumpy sometimes, you know, because it's also the logistics, you know, because you know you realize that one hub in Kenya goes down, so you have to take them like, you know, another hour somewhere to find the internet, you know, like you were discussing before, and it's just like, yeah, and then that happened, and then someone wakes up sick, you know, like from the US, and due to the time difference, we get it, like, you know, like 1 hour, 1.5 before we're going to start, you know. So then you have to, like, you know, call someone else to get them in, get them prepared, you know. Do they have the right
That is
devices? Oh no, they don't.
the organizer's headache. But the great thing is once the event starts, nobody sees, nobody worries about it because you got it done. And congratulations for that. Tell us,
Yeah.
why is this so meaningful? Why do you pour so much of your heart and soul into an event like this and to the cause itself?
No, for me, this is I mean, this gives me much more than the corporate world, you know. Like, I mean, I've been working, of course, in the corporate world for many, many years, but you know, of course, it's fun. I enjoy making business, and of course, I enjoy that. But this is something different, you know. This is much closer to the heart, and this is something that really makes difference. It's when you see these children. I mean, you hear them in the already in this few minutes that you spent with Fantalis and Mercy and them. You hear how genuine they are, and you hear what they're hoping for. And I mean, everything is out there, you know. It's just that Europe and the US has all the resources basically, and also inside Africa there is resources, but unfortunately it's like less than 1% that is sitting on all those resources, you know. It's not parted out, and this I think is I see it a bit as my mission, you know, to help out there, you know, to spread it, you know. So basic things like internet, of course, they have to have internet, you know. And I mean, as a chess player, like Mercy, for example, she qualified for the team, she qualified for Olympiad, but she doesn't have a computer. how is it to prepare for tournament without a laptop? I mean, it's hard, you know. And she can't compete with someone else who is prepared for 2 months with a laptop.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You're making such a big difference. And it's one thing you told me about is this big thing that you do is the extreme makeover. Talk to us about that, because that just completely changes not just the life of one child, but of an entire family.
Yeah. No, it's like we help the whole family. It's basically our most costly program, because if you want to change lives, you have to. I mean, this is. I will take it very quickly. This is also something that why we also started this, because if you look at a lot of these big charities, they just give people a water bottle and then they are finished. They say they have helped 2 million kids. How do you actually help someone by giving them a water bottle with your brand on? I don't think that helps anyone. And this is so much better because we hear people become friends, and they connect, throughout the chess sites, for example. So shout out to chess.com, for example, where we know that a lot of our participants and that people that are in our network, they actually connect, without that we are telling them anything, because they play games. And from the Extreme Makeover program, there we have a couple of kids from different countries, and are strong. Some are in Africa, but the strongest ones are in Norway, actually. There we have, like, for example, Elham Amar, who just became grandmaster. So big shout out to him. That's he's I think he's stronger than me nowadays. So that's enormous. Then we have really succeeded. When the kids are starting to beat you, then you.
That's our
So
goal.
he's going to New
That's
York,
the goal.
for example. Yeah, that's how it goes. He's going to New York to play in the Rapid and the Blitz Championship over there. And then you have really succeeded, I think, because when someone can get so strong from the help, and then he has this impact investing firm, Third, who is also played a big role there, who is helping him, with the school fees and also tournament expenses, and really taking good care of him so he can concentrate on his chess, and he's been passing the school as well. And then we have, like, Saad, for example, who is now currently in Czech Republic playing a really big tournament there, the European Youth Championship, where he actually scored a bronze medal in the Blitz, which is also amazing. When I first met him, it was just a totally different Saad. He was out of resources and didn't have any chance basically to do anything. But now he's doing great. He has good grades in school. He's performing at the chessboard. He's very soon gonna become IM. He took 2 norms this summer, and I mean, the rating is very close to 2400. So he's getting there, and also this medal he took will be a big boost. And the thing is that all these kids, what they have in common is that they lack resources, But then when we, for example, they got connected with the CEO of Ferd, Morten Borger, who is an avid chess player himself. He's a very decent amateur, and he loves chess more than me. so it's a perfect match, and they play all the time. Games on phone. They play these daily games. So they're keeping in touch all the time through the chess applications, and this is fantastic, and this is underused, I would say. That's because the chess platforms are not really seen as social medias, but they are actually social medias. When they're so huge, like chess.com and Lichess, that is social media. And then they can use it to keep contact and play games and interact, and it's perfect. Because so now they have become friends, with the CEO, which of course is going to help them in all kinds of ways.
Give you a final word with all these beautiful things you're saying.
Yeah, no. So yeah, and also what we do also, I should also say, because I hardly answered your question, is that we move then the kids and the families to flats sometimes if it's needed, and especially in Africa, you can say there's yeah, it can be really yeah, some of the areas you have been there, to Mukuru, for example, it's not a nice area. Yeah, you don't want to live there, and you really can't study chess there. So then you have to move the whole family and so on. And there is also other areas, Kampala in Uganda, and yeah, so it's basically what we do is really try to change their life through chess, because you always pick them through their chess skills, a little bit check, and also if they have some academic skills, but we select them on their chess skills mostly. So if someone wants to help out with that one, if there's some people out there with connections and that is maybe from some company or on their own, they can just reach out to us. Easiest thing is to send us an email on info@businessmeetchessandkids.com, and visit also the website businessmeetchessandkids.com. So there you can read up on what we're doing and maybe join, because we like to have people who like Ray, for example, who's here, James Altucher, so who is a very successful investor, and Tim also, for example, you have Peter who's a big lawyer in Memphis. They're all coming here, and taking their time and playing, and I think they're enjoying this much more than sending some dollars to some charity and the maximum get a postcard. It's much more fun when you can actually follow your contribution, like you can do here.
Well, it's definitely fun to be able to call these games. You keep doing great work, my friend, and you can always count on me when you send that email and say, Maurice, will you do the commentary? If I have the time, it's a done deal. Thank you so much for all the work that you do, all the dedication. I know how difficult it is to organize these types of events, and I appreciate the heavy lift that it is for you, but I know your heart, and I know it's in the right place. So thanks very much for bringing us all together on this marvelous day, and for the rest of the year impacting these kids' lives, because it really does make a difference. Thank you so much.
And a big thank you to you guys for Ben and Maurice, that you are taking your time. We really appreciate it, and we have never had such a strong commentators team in the history. we are extremely proud.
You can do better.
You
can do better, but you know what? we want to be here, so that counts.
Yeah. No, and it's like a balance also. If we bring in stronger players, then I saw one time there was Nepo and Svidler that was doing TV. That was the worst I've ever seen, because I think it was maybe 50 people in the world that understood what they were, because they were far into some variations, and it was just completely impossible. Even for grandmas, I had to really concentrate to follow where they were.
Well, we don't pretend to be Nepo and Svidler, that's for sure.
Yeah, we don't want that.
we don't pretend to be them at all. You're not going to get those variations from us. But
no. We are much
certainly
better with you guys.
We're grateful that you invite us to be a part of this.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah.
We are happy. We're happy to have you, and big shout out also to everyone behind, like Lishan, Daniel, all the arbiters teams, and they have done a fantastic job during the whole week. So with everyone, Judith, Staray from and Chore, and I can mention all the arbiters, but we don't want to sit here for another hour. There's so many of them, but really, everyone has been really putting in the hard work to make this work. So I would like really to appreciate them, and then we will be back with the big one next year. And there's also going to be a funny event, a Zero Requiem tournament, which is our individual charity tournaments where people can play alone. So it's not hand and brain, it's just 10-minute games, rapid chess. And that's going to be in December. So just stay tuned for the dates. We're going to come out with the stuff when we have wrapped up this event.
Amazing.
So thanks to everyone out there. And I don't know, Daniel, what did we make it to 7,000, or how much did we raise today?
I know we went past the 5,000 mark for sure, which was the
7,000, I think.
But now 6895.
Okay, can someone put in the last so we make it to 7,000 at least?
Wow,
We're
another
so close.
$105. Anybody out there? We need $105 to get to
We need that.
7,000. We could do that. We don't even need one person. If 21 people just put in $5, we're there. So if you press that donate button. We're so close to 7,000, everybody. Let's make that happen. Just any little bit you can give will be very much appreciated. This great cause. And once again, thank you, Pontus, for all that you do. Thank everybody, the arbiters, the producer, our producer, certainly anyone involved in making this possible. We're deeply appreciative as this charity does such great work constantly, not just today, but around the world and all year long. So thank you, Pontus. Thank you, man. Doing great work.
Take care, guys. And I'll see you guys in New York, hopefully.
You'll see me there for sure. I'll be there.
Yeah, I hope Ben should also be around. So I will see you guys in New York in December, I hope.
Ben, thank you, Pontus. Any final words, Ben?
No, that was a great event. The games were exciting. We raised as much or more than we wanted to. We could always raise more. And I'm really glad that I was involved with this charity today. It seems like they're doing great work around the world. And for the most part, they're helping kids, and kids need help. Families need help. And I urge everyone who has the means to help out these kinds of chess charities in the future. And we can have more great events like this to bring to you. And thanks to Maurice and everybody involved for making this such a great production.
Well, you're a part of that. It's kind, and you're a part of that as well. Thank you so much, Ben. This is indeed a great cause. Those of you who enjoyed today, we thank you for being with us. If you can give, please do. If you can't, tell your friends. There's other people out there who need to hear about this Chess to Change cause. Business meets kids, and chess, it is indeed changing lives. And the fact that we can have even a thing called a chess charity. Think about all the charities in the world. I mean, there are definitely a lot of them, and I know that you give when you can to those, but this is chess. This is chess making change happen. And we all love this game, and the fact that it can change lives and you could be a part of it is something that we are all grateful for to be able to do. So thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And look out for those events. As Pontus said, the one coming up in December, you could possibly play in that event. I definitely want to hear about that. And we'll be back next year for sure as we follow the lives of these amazing kids. So for Ben Finegold, this is Grandmaster Ashley. Don't even know my own name. Grandmaster Maurice Ashley signing off. Thanks so much, everyone, and have a wonderful rest of your Sunday.
Bye, everybody.
Take care.